Give me a second, something messed up on the YouTube side. It like started a separate stream, unfortunately. Sorry about that. It was like something happened with the YouTube side of things. It started streaming on a different essentially the people that said hit like notify me when this goes live, it never went live there, it went live in a completely different thing. I'm sure I'd consider a G Squad. Got plenty of games for it now. Thank you, Noah. Thank you for the 51-month resub. Thank you, Taco, for the streak. Game Gear recommendations? Not so much. I haven't played a ton of Game Gear games outside of like Sonic games. I didn't grow up with a Game Gear, so. It's not a terrible lot. Shipping makes it a bit less exciting. But I'm gonna link this. Even if you just needed a few of these games, might be worth it. It's definitely, like, value-wise, if you added everything up, definitely worth more than $31. You gotta factor in the shipping, though. I'm still just playing Oblivion. PSN sale. Not yet. It's still going for a few more days, so I got time to procrastinate. Still got to look at some of the games to see if some of them are worth picking up. I add what looks interesting to my wish list, and then I'll just like check out a tiny bit of gameplay and Steam reviews just to make sure I'm not getting scammed by some AI nonsense or something that's not what I expect it to be. Thanks, Ken. Thank you for the 33 months, or sorry, 37 months. Everyday Ninja continued their sub from Prime to Tier 1. Oh, thank you. Thank you for converting that. Oh, this is a good price. I actually really enjoyed what I played of this for the roulette. This is over in 40 seconds, by the way. There's no way in hell this game is only worth $3, $4 shipping. Looks like you're going to pay about $20 if you wanted to get this complete, plus shipping. So I'd say anything under 10 bucks is a good deal for this. Disc looks decent. There is a little light scratch ring here, but it doesn't seem to go all the way around. There you go. You're welcome to that seller. Just saved their listing. Still a good price. Hello, Samuel. $80 games just means that some people are gonna have to buy a few less games every year, right? Because like that'll add up. If you have budgets that you stick to, mathematically that would mean that depending on how many games you buy every year, you may have to buy a few less. But I really don't feel it. The $80 game thing, I mean, it's like it's a tangent that I just would not want to go off on right now. For now, let's just look for shitty games on eBay. Yeah, just more people have to get used to waiting until sales and stuff. Look how fast the prices of games come down now, especially if your game is unsuccessful. The price comes down dramatically within 6 months. So people will just have to get used to not playing everything day one. Remember, if you're commenting on the YouTube side, please be sure to leave a like on the stream. It does help a lot with getting the word out early to let people know I'm live. There's probably still quite a few people on YouTube that have no idea that I've been doing my eBay streams on YouTube now for a few months. So the more people that join us, the better. Oh, right now I have a pre-order for the Switch 2 through Walmart.com. It's paid for already. It's just a matter of will it get here on day one. I don't think I've ever talked with him ever since the Elgin Gamers episode. I actually completely forgot we had him on an episode. Don't even remember that until you reminded me. Yeah, I think for most people, unless you're just dying to play Mario Kart World, I don't think there's any reason to get a Switch 2 for quite a bit. Mario Kart World is, for most people, the only reason they're getting that console right now. Yeah, Mercari's are a little rough, though. It's not as fun to browse as it used to be. Just a lot of sellers on there that just like instantly cancel when you buy something. A lot of scammers that post tempting deals and then you find out that it's actually just someone trying to scam you. You can definitely still find good stuff on there, but it's not as good as it was a few years ago. Luckily, Mercari has a very good, like, protection for buyers when it comes to if you buy something and it doesn't show up by the time it's supposed to, they just fully refund you the money. That includes if it gets lost in the mail. It had to happen to me once. Someone shipped something and it actually got delayed in the mail by the post office. And it got to me like a month late. But Mercari had already refunded my money weeks ago. So, kind of screwed the seller. But that's just how they operate. Well, the thing is, there are legit scams on Mercari. Where they'll list something, show a picture, put a price on it that's really good, you buy it, and then they never ship the item. Or maybe they'll provide, like, fake tracking or something. And I guess their goal is to make a fake account, and then... I'm not sure how it operates if Mercari checks the tracking to see if it gets delivered and then they pay the seller, but they have to be doing something. Either that or they're just doing it to get like your payment info or your shipping address or something. Because there's tons of them on there. Basically, if you see a complete in-box copy of Chrono Trigger for $70, you probably shouldn't buy it. Hello, Wheel of Life. No, I didn't buy the remasters for Lunar or Suikoden. To me, remasters are just like, I can get them at any point. I really don't have too much of a problem buying most of those when they go on sale, unless I'm like just dying to play a remaster. So, and these days I don't buy any collector's editions, I just get base games. It's actually really nice to be in that mindset. That way you're never paying extra for the collector's editions, you're just like, just going for the regular editions, that's it. Sometimes I almost feel like normal editions of games have a lower print run than collector's editions. So it's really the normal games are actually the collector's editions. This is a really good deal right here. Oh, wait, how are they oh, this must be sponsored. I'm not even going to link that yet, it's a sponsored. It's definitely going to go up in 7 days. Fat PS3 is worth keeping. If you're worried about it breaking, then you should just probably sell it. Unless you really like the functionality of the backwards compatibility. The only reason to really have a backwards compatible PS3 and use it exclusively for PS2 games is if you're a speedrunner. Because a lot of times PS2 games run faster, like better loading on the backwards compatible PS3 than they would on a PS2. So a lot of speedrun games actually use that almost exclusively. So if you're not a speedrunner, it's kind of just like whatever, get rid of it. Just use a PS2 for your PS2 games. Use a fat PS2 for PS2 and use any other PS3 for your PS3 games. It's a nice variety. It's already pretty expensive though. Most of the N64 games are actually pretty cheap complete in bucks. I'll skip that one. Hello, Puny. It's going. No, I'm in no rush for Lunar Remastered, it's fine. Even if I had it right now, I wouldn't be playing it. It's important to stay focused on the games that you're currently playing. And that game for me right now is Oblivion, so... I don't buy into the FOMO of modern games running out of stock, it's fine. They'll always be there. Why do you think I haven't bought a single limited run game all these years? Well, I mean, there's other reasons for that, but gotta have strong mentality for that kind of FOMO for the newer games. Hello, G-Juice. Is it too late to collect for the Saturn? It's a bit late if you're looking to get most of the desirable games, yes. There is a lot more games than you would think, though, that are sort of in the $25 to $50 range. You just have to be okay with a lot of games that are multi-platform and not in certain genres. If you're also including imports, then that opens up a lot more possibilities. Because I got the tattoo. Pretty hard to get that tattoo. This tattoo adds probably like $1 to $2, maybe even $300 sometimes onto the value of the Punisher. Genesis collectors ain't playing around. If it were me and I had the option, I would definitely get the one without the tattoo. I'm not super concerned with stuff like this. To me, complete is fine as long as it has the manual, cart, CD, whatever. When we start getting into this kind of stuff, that's for like the hardcore collectors. If it comes with it, great, but I ain't paying that much more for something like that. Dreamcast and GameCube are the golden age of cheap for imports. Yeah, especially if you're getting ones that are already out in the US. Yes, they can be very cheap. Comes with the downside, though, for certain games, you can't really read them. But you can probably easily just like look up menus online if you really needed to. Hello, Goomba. Oh, wow. Sorry, it's a little hard for me to notice some of these resubs. I missed one a few minutes ago. Thank you, Green Influenza, for the 47 months. I'm using like this new thing that combines my Twitch chats, but it doesn't show me the resubs in my chat. So if I miss the sound of it, I might miss it. Thank you for the 47 months, and thank you, Cryo, for the 53 months. I don't know, I'll let you know when that point comes. Hate Depot. A little racing game lot. Very reasonably priced still. Man, that is a cover I've never paid attention to before. Pretty cheap overall for each game. I'll link this one. It's definitely going to go up. But if you want some more racing games for your GameCube, here you go. Yeah, it's just a slipcover. One of my favorite shoot 'em ups as a kid, but so hard to beat. Still never beat this game. Wings of War. So freaking difficult. CRT, no. Most of my consoles have some form of HDMI output or something, or convert into HDMI. I just play everything on my HDTV. Nights into Dreams with the 3D controller, if you're getting the box with it, that's going to cost you these days probably a couple hundred. You're probably better off just buying the jewel case of Nights into Dreams or the long box, and then just buy the loose 3D controller separately, unless you're concerned about the box. Save a lot of money that way. Honestly, I think the long box is kind of cooler anyway. Well, there's an RPG lot. This is certainly going to go for much more. The price of this lot, all you got to do is just sell Dragon Quest 6 and Dragon Quest 8, and you're already up to pretty much 200 bucks or more. So this is still going to go up for sure, but this is a potential deal in an hour from now. I will link this one for you guys to keep an eye on. Oh wait, is that? Oh, that's a Japanese version of Chrono Trigger. Hold on. Oh yeah, obviously. Oh shoot, 2 of them are Japanese. Dragon Quest 11, which some people might like to have anyway. But it's still a good value just for 6, 9, 7, and 8. These you could just like do whatever, right? Sell them, get rid of them, trade them. But even just for the US games, it's still pretty good. Hello, Jeremy. Well, it may come down to the point where scalpers have to sell Switch 2s close to retail price. Because we don't know how many of those millions of consoles that sold were bought by scalpers. So, like, if when the scalpers do get them and they go to sell them, there may be oversupply hitting the secondary market that may not be there for everybody else. Because don't forget, the Switch 2 did not sell out in, like, minutes. It was fairly easy to get one if you put in just a little ounce of work for about an hour. So yeah, we'll see what happens. There may be a lot of people that are trying to fire sell their Switch 2s after they're not selling for their inflated prices for a week. Because don't forget, they're going to keep undercutting one another. There's going to be a lot of undercutting going on to try and sell it at the peak scalper price, and it's just going to keep going lower and lower and lower. This is one of the like most colorful Genesis games out there. The game itself is not very good. Chester Cheetah. But man, the colors in this game pop like crazy. So bright. Neon colors. Well, I'm not even just talking about the websites handling everybody. Like, there was a point on Walmart where 45 minutes later, both versions of the console went back up for pre-order, even the Mario Kart bundles, and it sat there for like quite a bit without a queue system. So if there was that much of a demand, I'm sure you wouldn't have been able to log in for those like last 15-20 minutes and buy one without a queue. Yes, that's from people's payments probably getting canceled, but it really... It seemed like most people that wanted to get a Switch 2, if you cared enough, you would get a Switch 2 on the day the pre-orders went up. So who's left? The people that were sleeping or forgot the pre-order. So we'll see what happens. Sounds like Scalpers getting kicked out. Yeah. You're probably right, actually. They probably monitored multiple purchases. Few streamers already offered 800 to 900. Well, they're streamers, right? So, like, for them, they have to try and get one. They really want to have one day one to capitalize on day one viewership. So a streamer's a bit different than your average Joe. And a lot of those streamers will probably get their Switch 2 paid for, because if they're big enough, you know, the hype of people watching Mario Kart World on launch day, like the way they probably view it to offer $900 for a Switch 2, is that they'll make that money back in subscriptions, revenue, like whatever they're doing for that stream. So to them, it's like no big deal. But I think your average person is not going to want to pay $900 for a Switch 2 from a scalper. Hello, Baba. Will they sell for high prices when they first come out? Of course they will. But there's going to be such an oversaturation of people trying to resell Switch 2s that unless they're all selling out, there's going to be a lot of undercutting going on. Give it 2 weeks and you will definitely start to see the prices come down. Also, once people... There's that honeymoon phase of a new console launch. So, like, everybody wants it for that first few days, that first week. So everybody's going to be, like, clamoring to get in on Mario Kart and whatever other games for the first week. After that initial hype dies down, people are going to be way less inclined. How many times have you avoided the launch of a brand new game with multiplayer or something, and a couple weeks later you're like, you know what? I could actually live without this for now. Happens to me all the time with new games that I don't get on day one. It keeps getting recommended to me, Trekkie, but like honestly, I just don't even feel like watching it, honestly. Like, I already know I'm never gonna buy anything from them, so I'm sure the video does a good job of reinforcing that. Well, Switch 2 scalping prices on eBay is going to be... It's going to be interesting what they choose to charge for that, right? Because you're paying that eBay fee, which is... What is it up to now? It's like 20%, 23%, something disgusting. And then you're paying the shipping fee. Like shipping it out yourself, depending on if you make the buyer pay for that already. So yeah, they're taking a huge hit on fees. Yeah, exactly, Platypus. That's how I kind of felt. eBay fees are definitely nuts. And this is why we can't cheer on the failure of sites like Mercari or any competitors, because eBay's just going to keep getting away with crazy fees. I really wanted Mercari to succeed. Unfortunately, it seems like it's kind of losing momentum. Okay, we'll come back to auctions later. Well, we found some good stuff on the sales stream. Not as good as the last one, though. Did I see that limited run is using used parts? I did not, but it doesn't. After burning a game to a CDR, that doesn't even work on the console. It does not surprise me. The Damu, thank you, Dam. I appreciate the Prime sub very much. I do find it a little funny, though, at Xbox. It's like, who here is even buying physical Xbox games anyway? I don't know about you guys, but I have not bought a physical Xbox game, especially at full price, since the console practically launched. I pretty much view that thing as a Game Pass machine. When I need Game Pass, I'll subscribe to Game Pass, pay what I need to play what I need to play, and then get out of Game Pass. Unless I do like the year subscription. But these days I'm honestly doing month by month. I don't use it that much anymore. So the only people it's going to affect are the Xbox hardcores, the ones that only play Xbox and only buy physical on Xbox. And you got to be pretty hardcore to be buying physical games on Xbox, because that means that you're just like, I don't care about Game Pass. I want my games physical. Day one, full price. And they do exist. But that is not me. Thank you, Caliber. Thank you for the 75 months. A little over 2 years. Yep. Thank you. That should be a new rule. Everybody do the math for me in the resub notification. Thank you, Caliber. If you wait for Xbox games to go on sale, then yeah, it's a gold mine. It's a nice little racing lot. Yeah, I like this. It's free shipping too. I'm gonna post this if there's any racing game fans out there. It's actually some good stuff in here. But yeah, if you wait for Xbox games to go into the bargain bin or used, I mean, man, that stuff can get so cheap. Definitely less desirable than any other multi-platform. It's hard to say what's going to happen with Xbox, I'm going to be honest. I feel like whatever their next console is going to be something quite shocking. I would not be surprised if the next console just is digital only. Pushes Game Pass. I think the next console will be cheaper than you expect. No disk drive, and it will come with a 1-year subscription to Game Pass. Or at least something like 3 or 6 months with the price of the console. And if you already have Game Pass, then they'll offer one at a less tempting price. If you're looking to get like a streaming box, more compact. Probably, more powerful, obviously. That would be my guess for the next Xbox. Wait, is that all SpongeBob? SpongeBob Nicktoon games. I love theme lots. It's one of my favorite things. I just like it when sellers go through the trouble of theming all the games they're selling together. A little pricey for this though. Most of these games are like $10, $15. There might be some $20 ones in here. An app on your TV. Yeah. And just stream the games. I think it's a little too soon for them to go that route, but maybe in the middle of next console generation. Like to just drop consoles entirely. I'm not sure about Xbox One collecting becoming profitable. And I don't want to say it like profitable. I would think more, think more along the lines of appreciate. Because I don't think anybody would be buying Xbox One games to try and flip them later. That would be kind of, I don't know, they're probably in the wrong hobby. There's not a lot of Xbox One games that will carry a ton of value. Xbox One physical collecting is pretty much just for people that want to view it as a kind of how people view DVDs, right? A cheap alternative to buying physical copies of games, and some of them actually are pretty desirable and rare for a physical copy. Wow, a Wii lot that's actually not terrible. A few of them are Hollywood Video. Their pricing is about right, though. It's just that the lot itself, the game selection is pretty good. Nothing spectacular in here. Well, I think the reason, too, that current generations of consoles feel more underwhelming is because they're doing the mid-generation stuff, and mid-generation releases like the PS5 Pro really take the wind out of the next console. So by the time you get to the PS6, everybody's going to be like, well, it's like 5% more powerful than the PS5 Pro. What the heck is exciting about that? I miss the days where consoles were a meaningful upgrade. It's like, oh, you see that speck of a pixel way off in the distance on the PS6? You can't get that on the PS5 Pro. It's like, okay, who cares? I can't even notice it anyway. Yeah, well, I think current generation gaming is less about the visual improvements at this point and more about the loading and the snappiness and the ability to play a game persistently without any load times. So now we look forward to, you know, open world games with no loading zones whatsoever. Console interfaces that let you instantly swap between games you're playing. That's the kind of stuff that they want you to look forward to now. It's almost like Apple products, right? Where they want you to get excited over upgrades more to the software side of things. It's like, oh, look, you can click and drag this here, and oh, look, you can run 3 windows at once now. That's kind of what they're bringing to gaming. Decent little Wii U selection. Not worth the price, really. There was a point where Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric was going for like $30 to $40 during the Wii U closure, but I think it's back down to like 20-ish, 25 at the most. Focus on the frame rate, yeah. I'm a big frame rate person. The Switch really opened my eyes to that. Just give me 60 frames running in 4K. Throw in a little dash of ray tracing. To get me excited for the next generation, yeah, give me like 120 frames and then everybody's got to upgrade their TVs. But still, frame rate to me, running at the same time as high resolution is what I would want prioritized. Basically make us feel like we have a super high-end PC. $63 games, so like $10 a game. And not that bad of a deal at all. Yes, there's some games in here worth under $10, but there's quite a bit that are certainly more than 10. Very reasonable shipping, $13. I think if you're a PS4 collector and you are just looking to bulk up your collection, this has no sports games. This is pretty solid. Read. Alright, let's read the description. Read the description. I am. Thank you very much. They're not backer cards, at least. All games from my personal collection. Purchased day one from a retail store. New, not used from online or GameStop. Yeah. That's a good lot. That is an instant huge PS4 collection with a good selection of games. I'm gonna link this one. Let's take another look at this. The thing I like about it, it's not filled with the usual suspects. It's actually a real, like, you can tell that this was definitely some form of a curated collection. This person's not lying when they said it's coming from their personal collection. Because it's got no bullshit in here. There's no sports games. And you can tell everything is kind of like something that somebody might actually buy on purpose. That's pretty good. Madden 15 is in here. Is it really? Oh, you're right. Listen, everybody has their sports moment. They're like, you know what? Let me buy Madden to shut up my friends so I can play it with them. Not a true sports fan. Look at that. 1 copy of Madden. You got to have at least 5 copies of Madden 15 if you're a Madden player. It's just kind of how it goes with lots on eBay. Yeah, he bought it for the RPG mode, exactly. Technically an RPG. Do we have to start considering sports games to be RPGs? They kind of like have submodes in there like that now. Pretty soon it's going to be to the point where you're just doing like turn-based battles in Madden. Well, I mean, isn't that kind of what Madden is already? Turn-based battles, right? If you really think about it. Has Madden been misclassified all these years? Yeah, people pay decent money for Wii Sports. Because Wii Sports is that game that everybody connected with and has nostalgia with the Wii. So think about it. If you're somebody that decides to buy a Wii today, what are the games that you fondly remember playing with your Wii or with family? Wii Sports is definitely one of them. So anybody that is acquiring a Wii now is almost certainly probably going to get Wii Sports. So that's why it goes for more than a few bucks. Despite how many of them exist, it's kind of wild when you think about it. How much people still pay for it. Just shows you the power of the Wii. That launch experience for people in years after, I mean, it really sticks with you. All the casual non-gamers that the Wii converted into video game players, they all want their copies of Wii Sports still. Right? All the grandmas and the moms and dads and grandpas. If they're reacquiring a Wii, they're going to get Wii Sports. That's, for some of them, the only game they even remember. And to some people, that is all the Wii was Wii Sports and Wii Fit. It's got some good stuff in here. It's one of those, like, Super Nintendo starter lots. It's the kind of games where if you've been collecting for Super Nintendo for many years, you probably already have most of these, but if you're reacquiring a Super Nintendo, you have nothing, it's a good kind of place to start. I do think their price is a bit high, though. But it's reasonable. There are many $20 to $40 carts in here. So it adds up. And 64 still feels very reasonable to get into if you're just going for carts. You can get a very impressive cart only in 64 collection affordably. decent selection, but their prices is pretty high. Shipping from Canada is also very high too. 4 Lord of the Rings games. It's priced about right with shipping. This is pretty good if you need iNinja. If that's complete. What's the shipping? 11? The only issue is the other games are just like garbage. You could actually sell Guitar Hero for like a decent little chunk, but yeah, most of the other stuff, dollars. iNinja by itself is easily $25 to $30 these days. So, unfortunately, the shipping kind of kills it. But if for some reason you needed Need for Speed, SOCOM, maybe Guitar Hero and Rock Band, and iNinja, it's a pretty good deal. Also has make an offer. If anything, get it for iNinja and then gut the other games and use their cases if you need them. Hello, Stage 1. Hello, Nick Kramer. Well, for me, I think the 360 and PS3 tended to have like a really good ratio of good games, so it was really hard to find a really crappy game during the 360 days and PS3. Even if you rented or bought a mediocre game, it was usually decent. Two Worlds. I liked everything about Two Worlds except for the frame rate. I thought it was actually an excellent, from a design point in the world, an excellent game. It's just that the frame rate was a big issue. Even when I revisited that game on stream a few years ago, I still thought the world was amazing to explore. And that was around the time of Oblivion, so it was like one of the next best things you can get to playing Oblivion, if you were done with that. Would it be worth playing Two Worlds on PC? Based on what I played on the 360 version, yes. If you like open world Eurojank RPGs with like lush fantasy worlds, you will like Two Worlds. That game does not deserve the hate that it gets. It mostly gets a lot of hate because a lot of people viewed it as like Elder Scrolls clone. And the frame rate on 360 was really bad. But the gameplay is great. I've just played the first Witcher on PC. That's it. What early gen systems do I have games for? Well, the one that I care for the most would be Super Cassette Vision. That's one of the only super early cart-based consoles that I have a decent collection for that I actually care about. Other than that, I mean, I've got Atari stuff, I've got some Intellivision, ColecoVision. I definitely plan on getting back into ColecoVision, though. ColecoVision is a console I grew up with, so that's easier for me to get into. I did not grow up with Atari or Intellivision, so those are a little harder for me to care about. But the Super Cassette Vision has a lot of really fun, visually exciting, colorful games that are just a bit more exciting to play than something on like the 2600 or 7800. Gotta collect for the Amico. I was really hoping that thing came out. I love shitty little consoles like that. I don't care about the drama and the history behind it. The shittier, the better. I'm really sad it never came to be. The thing I was most excited for with that is if they kept their promise of games having online leaderboards. It would have reminded me of the Xbox Live Arcade days where you would just play these random little arcade games and you'd be able to compete with other people for the high scores and stuff. One of my favorite things is finding a little arcade game that has maybe a few hundred people. Nothing crazy. I mean, the more the better, but even if it's just like 100, 200 people and they have times or scores up on a leaderboard built into the game, I really get competitive with that kind of stuff. And I can get so much more playtime out of a game if I know that I'm aiming to be like the #1 in the world. I mean, you guys, for those of you that have been coming to my Twitch streams for years, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Where I could just get hyper fixated on going for world records, even if most of the other people are never going to touch the game again, to know that I took it from them. Just knowing that I have the best score, the best time, like I love that kind of replay value. Look at what I did with DJ Boy on the Atari VCS. Right? 8 hours on one level to get the best time, even though practically nobody else will know that I did it, because you can't actually scroll up in the leaderboard to see the top 10 players unless you're in the top 10, which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. But I knew that I did it. Do I have that N-Gage system? I love the N-Gage. If people actually gave the N-Gage a chance when it came out, I think they would have been very impressed with the selection of games on there. The N-Gage library has a lot of super hidden gems, like true hidden gems. It's just that most people are not aware of anything beyond, like, okay, there's a Sonic game, there's Tomb Raider, there's Monkey Ball. A lot of people don't know about the true library of N-Gage. The really obscure stuff that came out towards the end of its lifespan. There's a lot of RPGs on that console that you would not even be aware of. A lot of turn-based stuff, actually. Strategy games. Tons of exclusives. You just got to get used to the clunky button layout to play games, but other than that, it's good. Should try the new Llamasoft game. Yeah, I forget the name of it. I did see that came out. Shadow Key. Shadow Key is a legit Elder Scrolls game. You can definitely have some fun with that if you like Elder Scrolls lore. It's playable. I guess that's a compliment, right? It is playable. Thank you, N-Gage. Thank you very much for the 44 months. Let's look up some N-Gage. Let's get everybody's N-Gage juices flowing. The only problem with the N-Gage and searching for it on eBay, the rare games are actually rare, so finding one to point out will be a little challenging. A lot of the games are ports as well from other versions, but I remember specifically playing this game, this Tom Clancy Jungle Storm game. Pretty impressive visually. Like, I was actually impressed by this. A lot of the games are fun and playable. It's just that you got to have a certain mindset if you're playing N-Gage games today. If you played these games when they came out, you would have actually been blown away, because it really did feel like you had a sort of like nerfed version of a PS1 game in your hands, which was at the time actually very impressive. A lot of them using 3D engines. Of course, Tomb Raider being the most notorious. Oh, well, apparently here's someone that's just going to have the entire library pretty much. They're very fixated on showing that game, which is the rarest, probably the rarest N-Gage game out there, Sega Rally. Last game that they released, from what I remember. Ashen, great first-person shooter. Crash Nitro Kart is actually a decent iteration of Crash. I remember streaming the Zeebo version, which is very similar actually to the N-Gage version. High Seas is one of the super rare ones that I talked about. It's actually a strategy RPG turn-based game with ships in the water. Actually pretty good. And then Glimmerati is a mission-based top-down like GTA style game. But I think you only stay in the car, if I remember right. I streamed this one. But it had I think it actually had voice acting, if I remember right, which was surprising, if I recall. Requiem of Hell, that was one of my favorites. That's a Diablo clone. And it was a pretty decent one, actually. Like, almost straight up rip of Diablo. One of the more notorious series is the Pathway to Glory games. Those are really fun top-down strategy games as well. I think they're sort of like an XCOM game, just without like the grids and stuff. But they're basically, if you're getting an N-Gage, you're getting the Pathway to Glory games. The problem is the sequel, the expansion, is a lot harder to find than the first one. Sonic N is basically like unplayable. Don't play that version. It's not good. System Rush is one of my favorite games on N-Gage. It kind of reminds you of one of those like really over-the-top 90s style like auto runner games that would come out on something like PS1, where you're just kind of like dodging stuff and jumping off of ramps and trying to collect power-ups and high scores and not get hit. That's what System Rush is. Really good. Here's some of the more obscure ones too. This Warhammer game, what is it called? Glory of Death, I think it was. Not a lot of people are aware that there was a Warhammer game on N-Gage, and it's pretty decent. It's actually, it's It's a pretty solid strategy game. Wow, they have multiple copies of Glimmerati. What's that? Wait, I think Glory of Death or Glory to Death. Hold on, let me double check that. I don't think it was actually Warhammer. I think it might have been something even more. Let's see, N-Gage. What was it? Glory. Oh no, it is Glory and Death, Warhammer 40k. Wait, there's another really rare freaking strategy game though on the N-Gage. They don't have it in this collection though, from what I'm seeing. No, I can't see it. Oh, we might come across it here. Well, I wouldn't worry too much about the price of that lot. That's pretty much just somebody that's like, hey, if somebody wants to pay me this for it, I'll get rid of it. It's not like a realistic price. Here's Warhammer. This is a review kit, which sometimes the review kits for some of these later N-Gage games were more common than the actual release of the game. So you should never really be fooled by these. Sometimes there's more review kits than the freaking normal release. What was it? Oh, I think the name is coming back to me. I think it was The Roots. The Roots. Yeah, The Roots Gates of Chaos. That's another. That's not super rare, but that's one of the exclusive RPGs you can play on there. Sort of like a World of Warcraft clone, but single player in terms of its visual style. See if anybody's buying N-Gage games. I'm actually curious. Let's see how many are selling. Fully up and playable with emulation on original PS2. EverQuest Online Adventures. It depends how much of a pain in the ass the setup is for that. And how many people are actually playing it. If it's only like 50 people, I probably wouldn't be interested. And how much of a pain it is to set up. Hello, Timmy. Does seem like most N-Gage games now, though, are about $20 minimum with shipping. There was a time where, man, you couldn't even give some of these games away for, like, several of them for 30 bucks. No one wanted it. Xanadu Next is another really good exclusive for this. I don't think I played one. I don't think I have one, actually. That was another super late release. About $200 just for the cart of Shadowkey. Used to be about $120 game like 10 years ago. Well, there's a decent amount that have sold. This person paid $250 for a sealed copy. The other person paid $200 for just the cart. Decent amount have sold in the past month, so still N-Gage fans out there. Ashen's also quite a good exclusive shooter. It's kind of like one of the big poster games that they really pushed with the N-Gage originally. If you had an N-Gage phone in school, you were badass. There was one person in my high school that had an N-Gage, and I remember them walking around the hallways playing games on it. I thought they were like the coolest kid ever. I'm like, damn, they got an N-Gage. They were very expensive back then, and almost nobody had an N-Gage. So if you saw somebody using an N-Gage, it's the only person I ever saw in person with an N-Gage. That's the only person I ever saw. I didn't know who they were, but they were walking around with an N-Gage. I was envious. Now, if only they were walking around actually using it as a phone, that would have been a sight to behold. Because then they would have had to do the whole, like, side talking thing. There's always that one kid. Man, I have memories. I can swear, I think... Oh, no, I did. I'm pretty sure I brought my Virtual Boy to high school one time. If I remember right. That's how I originally got my Virtual Boy. There was a kid in school that had one for trade. I wish I could remember. Oh, that's right. I think I remember what I traded him. I traded him, and at the time, this was actually a pretty fair trade, believe it or not. Virtual Boys were not worth a lot of money. I traded him a Super Game Boy and some other game, like a cart with it or something, for a Virtual Boy. That's how I got it. And then it came without the box, right? So I had to acquire the box with the lot that I eventually bought, where there was a console with the box and a bunch of games. So then I had an extra Virtual Boy, which I still have. It was a good... It's very important to have a backup Virtual Boy because the accessories on that thing break a lot. The stand is very fragile if you use it a lot. And then, of course, the whole like problem with the focus going out of focus if you don't always reset your Virtual Boy to neutral position with like the focus, it puts a lot of wear on the contacts. And even if you do take care of it, it still has a very high track record of failing. We're talking about a time when a complete in the box Virtual Boy on eBay was probably about $80. So a loose one is they were dirt cheap. Wow, the PC version of Starshot. I actually had no idea this had a PC version. Interesting. I thought this was a N64 exclusive. This feels like something that really should have came out on the PS1 if it had a PC version. I'm sure you all want to know what this is like unfolded, but have to leave it up to your imagination. Still one of the biggest blunders to me is how Nintendo never released a Virtual Boy collection and a physical cart, or even on the eShop for the 3DS. Like, hello? Nintendo? And you know the only reason they never did it, and I say this and I truly believe it, is because Nintendo doesn't like to remind people of their failures. Right? So, like, to them releasing a compilation of Virtual Boy, which to them is a collection of failed games, is like a dishonor to Nintendo. But man, I wish they didn't have that kind of mindset, because that would have been such an amazing compilation to have. You remember me talking about something about how people cook their Virtual Boy? Yeah, it was true. People used to do it. You would take your Virtual Boy apart, and then you would take the insides of it and literally put it in the oven. I don't remember what you'd put it on, maybe like 180. Enough so that you're not like baking it too hard, you know, but enough to heat it up. You would put it in the oven and it would re-melt the contacts back down. And apparently it worked for some people. I did not attempt it. I was too scared. I did not want to try something like that. It's just like 20 years from now when you tell the grandkids, like, oh yeah, we used to wrap our game consoles in towels to fix the red light. They're gonna be like, kind of crazy stuff were you doing back in the day, right? Wrapping consoles in towels to melt the insides to get a temporary fix for a malfunction. I never knew anybody that had a 3DO or CDI, but I did know somebody that had a TurboGrafx, which was just as rare to see back then. And I thought it was the coolest thing ever. I remember them showing my collection, and they had all their carts in like the trading card binders, which was perfect for TurboGrafx. And if I remember right too, they printed out a guide for Neptunia. From GameFAQs or something. Like a giant binder. I used to love those. I remember printing out guides from GameFAQs. The font looked like it was typed up on a freaking typewriter when you printed it out. Did that for Final Fantasy VII once. My god, was that a lot of paper. Holy crap. I think I went on GameFAQs and like picked the biggest guide on there and just printed it. Yeah, that was a lot of paper. It also took like hours, because you gotta remember the printers back then, like slowly rolling out that paper one line at a time. It wasn't like it is now. It's not like Xerox or anything. Like, that shit was coming out slow. Little monstrum. Pray for death. Cover is just eye-catching. Must be like a fighting game, I think. Yeah, I think GameFAQs guide writing is like a lost art at this point. There's still people that do it. This is a very good version of Creature Shock, by the way. Believe it or not, if you're gonna play any of these like full motion video games on a home console, I'm sure things are different now as they release like these new HD versions or whatever the hell they're doing with a lot of these full motion video games now. But if there are still games that exist without new versions, the CDI, if you have the video card thing, I forget what they call it, but the thing that you got to buy for your console is slotted in there. These always had the smoothest video, smoothest frame rate, not super choppy, really clear. I remember playing this on there. It was actually a super solid way to play it. But it's like a lost art. It's like, who is still writing guides for GameFAQs? I'm sure there's some dedicated people out there, but man, the amount of time you got to put into that. But I guess I understand it, because, you know, me making my RPG Maker game on a PS5, it's just a labor of love. You're not looking for anything out of return. You're just hoping that some people get use out of it and enjoy it. So I guess that's kind of how the GameFAQs writers view their guides. It's like, okay, I'm going to write this guide for some super obscure game that maybe 5 people will look in. Like, I'll get 5 hits on this guide in the next 5 years. It's just something that they like doing, I guess, you know? Best controller for CDI. If you're looking for like official CDI controllers, there's one that looks like a Genesis controller. I think they just call it the gamepad. I don't remember the official name, but that's like your best bet if you're looking for official. Either that or the trackball if you're playing FMV games. It's like a giant looking mouse with a trackball in the middle. Not the one that looks like a Fisher Price toy, the one with, it's like a gray oversized mouse. It's like, I'm looking at this, I'm like, what am I looking at? Like, this is why I don't do collector's editions anymore. Is it a cute idea to put a plunger with a copy of Plumbers Don't Wear Ties? It is. But do you really need that? No, you don't. You really don't. Now, if it was some super duper rare original plunger from the 3DO release used to promote the game in like game stores or something, where there's maybe like 3 that still exist in the world, okay, that's a different story. But when they're being mass produced, I don't care. Like, you can keep it. There's no history behind it. Hello, goat. CDI is the console that has a controller that looks like a spoon, yes. It is very unwieldy, and it is a very bad controller to try and play platformers with. I did not play Cult of the Lamb, no. Never played that one. What a weird... Look at this cover. Wow. I'm just like instantly intrigued. What is this called? Ride Out Science Kun? Earth Exploration Challenge the Mysterious. Love the cover. Any good deals found today? We found a really good PS4 lot earlier. Very solid deal. 60 games or 63 games for $600 and like practically free shipping, and all the games are really good with only one sports game. Sorry, one RPG / strategy / tactics game or sports game, also known as Madden 15. It's been reclassified. Alright, let's do our affiliate a little bit earlier than normal. Alright. This will be for the dates between April 20th and April 26th, so if you used my affiliate link between those dates, hopefully what you bought shows up on the tracker. If you want your stuff to show up on here, we review the affiliate list every Saturday. You just got to click my affiliate link, which is in the description of all of my YouTube videos and streams. And on Twitch, it's also on the About page, so you can check that out. We got Little Big Planet 3. Factory sealed for $11. I didn't even play Little Big Planet 3. I think at that point I was just kind of kind of done with Little Big Planet. I loved the first Little Big Planet, loved it to death. But then I played the second one and I'm like, I'm just not into like going through the process of creating a whole new level. It was fun the first time, but I was kind of over it by then. And the allure and the charm of Little Big Planet definitely was wearing off for me by then. And by the time the third one came out and they're like, oh, there's new characters to play with, I'm like, I'm good. I did play Sackboy though. Sackboy was okay. Little Big Planet 1 though was amazing. You guys remember when that came out? There was like a recall on Little Big Planet. I can't remember why. They released it and then there was something wrong with it, like something with the music, I think. There was something with the original release where they had to recall the game and then re-release it not long after. Offensive music, okay. Yeah, I remember there was something with the music. Sackboy, A Big Adventure, New Factory Sealed, Damage. Wow, $28, okay. Sackboy's still going for a decent amount. Way more than most games that came out years and years ago to be going for a new modern game. God of War, PlayStation Hits Edition for $10. And it wouldn't be an affiliate review without somebody buying a Panini Prism sports card, numbered to 25. Or Riley Leonard. No idea who that is. Hololive English Nanashi Mume birthday merch, no signed card. Wow, $86 for a... Okay, it's not an actual signed card, right? Let's see what the hell this is. Should be safe, right? Can't trust these weebs sometimes. Get some wild stuff. Let's see what we got here. Oh boy, the suggested similar items though are definitely not like what this person bought. It is a bunch of bubble wrap. Oh, it's one of those cups that you can like use as a weapon. Interesting. The tumblers. PC Engine Kazekiri Ninja Action. Oh wow. That's a great game. That's one of my oldest, like I did a review for that on YouTube. It's a really fun action game. It wasn't a review, it was actually, I did like a 30-minute, 20-minute Let's Play kind of video on this one. Yeah. That's when I was experimenting with that video format. Great game. Chem Dream, I'm sure that's you. Yeah, that's most of your stuff, yep. Top's Finest, numbered to 25 for Gabriel Peck. Pet Shop Boys Discography, the complete singles collection. I have no idea who that is. They sparkle. Yeah, I don't know who the Pet Shop Boys are. Thank you, Emberg. Trivial Pursuit Unhinged. Complete. Is that really what they unhinged? Must be some interesting questions on that one. Complete inbox for the Xbox for $2. West End Girls ring a bell? Nope. I don't keep up with it, whatever the heck that stuff is. Vintage Lee heavyweight sweatshirt, size large, new old stock. See, now they thought we weren't going to look at this, but we are. We're going to judge their sweatshirt. Yeah, like, there's no way Pete's going to look at my sweatshirt on stream, right? Yes, we are. Wait. So if they had two and one sold, are they updating the pictures? Are you getting the one that's actually advertised? See, this is why you should never just like throw out any old clothes. Look at this. You could still get $25, $30 ship for this. That's why a lot of people go thrift shopping for clothes. Like, you got to be an expert on this stuff. There's people out there that just like rapid fire through the clothing, look at the tag, they're like, yep, this is $30. Yep, this is $200. Oh, this ripped up sweatshirt from 30 years ago. Yep, this is $500. That's definitely a certain skill. Topo Nare, Gunbuster Volume 2, PC Engine. Let's remind myself what that looks like. I'm glad that the Australian affiliate link is working well for you, though, Chemdream. Thank you for using it. Pet Shop Boys are the English 80s synth pop group. Oh, synth pop, okay. Interesting. Synth pop is fun. So it's sort of like that group. What was that group that was in Frequency? What were their names? They had like that one super popular song in there. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Can you play it? Or is it like an adventure game? Startling Odyssey 2 for the PC Engine. I love looking at your PC Engine pickups. Freeze Pop, yeah, so they're like Freeze Pop. That's definitely an RPG. Oh yeah, I kind of remember this one. I don't think I ever picked this up though. Oh, I like the way the battles look. That looks awesome. Slightly skewed. Flash Hiders. No, I never saw this one. Fighting game, that would explain why. I love, these are the fighting games that I'm way more inclined to play though. I love these obscure little one-off games, the retro fighters. Like, if you're showing me a Street Fighter game or something, it's just like, whatever. Marvel vs. Capcom, whatever the hell. I don't, whatever, right? But if you're showing me something like Flash Hiders, instantly way more interested. Pokemon Japanese, SV8 Super Electric Breaker Art Rare. Ceruledge? Jesus Christ, like what are these Pokemon names anymore these days? PSA 10. There is certainly, oh, it's a Japanese one. There is certainly a crash coming for modern Pokemon though, like a PSA 10 for a modern Pokemon card for $26. There's just so many graded new Pokemon cards in high grades. Like, that point has got to be coming. That's why it's much better, for me, in my opinion, it's much better to focus on low population, high grade vintage cards, especially from Wizards of the Coast. The ones that no one's paying attention to. That cute little Weedle card that no one cares about in that PSA 10 or CGC Pristine 10 or something for like 30, 40 bucks. Those are the ones you gotta look out for. Claire Obscure, $54. Wow, I was not expecting to see that on here. See what console they bought it for, though. We looked everywhere. Apparently it didn't look everywhere, eBay. Come on now. Did I copy this right? There it is. Australian version? This you Chemdream? 38 sold out. PS5 version. Lot of 2 Logitech USB unifying receiver for mouse or keyboard. Super Mario Bros. 3 complete inbox. Wow, someone going nice and old school for that. Let's see if they got the left or the right version. It's got to be the right version, right? That's the more common one. Pretty clean. Little blemish here. I think you may be the first person to use my link to buy a complete in-box copy of Mario Bros. 3. I don't think I ever remember someone buying that. Seirei Senshi Spriggan. Spriggan's a cool one. Good pick up there for PC Engine. Tenchu Return from Darkness, complete box for the Xbox. Still need to begin my Tenchu adventures one of these days. Proper Tenchu game. Worms from Mayhem for the Xbox. I'm definitely not a Worms fan. 180-day guarantee? Seriously? Hold up. Let's see what seller this is. 180 days. So if you go to return this on day 179, they're gonna do that for you? Even though it's way out of... Wait, what? I hate it when eBay does this. They're showing me like an item like the one I'm trying to find. So I don't understand why they do this. I want to see the original item I searched. Come on. Alright, well, never mind. Unless it's the seller. I don't think so. Devil May Cry HD collection for the PS4. $28. Wow, that's more than I would anticipate. And another Riley Leonard Prism card. So thank you to everybody that used the link for this week. Nice little variety of things on there. I think my favorite pickup, the Vintage Lee sweatshirt purchase of the week. Let me grab the eBay link for the YouTube side real quick, since theirs is a little more harder to get. Alright, for those of you on the YouTube side, here is the affiliate link. If you bookmark this, what you have to do is do not click the link and then bookmark. That bookmarks ebay.com. You need to highlight with your mouse or press and hold on your phone or tablet or something and then copy it. And then manually create a bookmark with that link. If that makes sense. Actually, I don't even know if it just went through in the YouTube chat. Let me see. It's like giving me a problem. Here, I'm just going to post it to both chats. Yeah, that's just for people on the YouTube side, really, that may not know what the affiliate link is. But I was just explaining how to bookmark it, because it's not as, it's not a, you can't bookmark it by clicking on it. Oh, I've got a slight nagging migraine headache. Give me a second, I gotta take this Tylenol. My sleep is like very messed up lately. Lack of sleep causing headache. Tenchu Z came down in price a lot since the 360 apocalypse. This was going for about 60 to 70. It's come back down to 30. Not quite where it used to be. It used to be about 15 to 20. Used to be very cheap. Naruto has also come down a lot. LA Noire was your first PS3 game? I still never played LA Noire. The face tech in that game is still impressive to me, though. It still looks really good. We've got a rental copy of Ica. I could spot that GameStop sticker a mile away. Let's see if it's got the sticker on the front. It does not. Damn. You know what would be really fun is like guessing the rental prices that would be on here. You want to take it a step further with your rental collection, you got to collect every price variant. So if you got the $10 version, you got to get the one that was priced at $9, $11, $12. Take it to the extreme. And then you got to get the GameStop rewards price discount versions. Wow. $20 free shipping for Xenoblade Chronicles X on the Wii U. Yeah, it's a big hit. It's one of those things, though, where I know a lot of people are always like, how do you know when a game's remake or re-release or remaster is going to tank the price of the original? I think in a lot of cases when that remaster or re-release just like almost completely what's the right word? Obsoletes the original. Then I think the original price comes down by quite a bit, because the people that buy the Switch version have no reason to ever play the Wii U version ever again, because to them it is the new definitive version. So if it's mostly good quality of life changes, visuals look better, frame rate's better, the only reason to play the Wii U one still is if you want the touchscreen, like the Fisher Price gamepad functionalities. Why would you ever play this one ever again? So, but if you have something where it's like, okay, here's a remaster of Oblivion, for example, right? It's not like Oblivion may not be the best example because the original copies are not exactly rare. But there is still a reason to play the original Oblivion on 360 because the game looks completely different, right? So there's still a reason for people to hold on to their original copies of Oblivion. Yeah, I think a lot of it too is like bottlenecking of the original release. If it's a game that has only one version prior to a remaster, where you are forced to get that version of the game in order to play it, like Klonoa 2, right? The only way to play that was on the PS2. And then you have a game like Klonoa 2 that isn't exactly rare. It's kind of uncommon. Klonoa 2 is not rare. And then they re-release a nice upgraded version. I think a lot of the people that felt forced into buying Klonoa 2... Here's the thing about Klonoa 2. It's not just collectors that are buying that, right? You might think, okay, like, oh, if you're spending $100+ for Klonoa 2, you got to be more of a collector. No, for a lot of people that are casual, don't emulate, they were kind of forced to pay that exuberant price, which kind of drives the prices up to begin with. Just fans of platformers, people that maybe played Klonoa 2 when they were younger and they just want to get a copy to play it, you're forced to pay those PS2 prices. So then when you introduce the Reverie Collection, and suddenly it's way more accessible across multiple platforms, especially if it goes multi-platform. It's a huge deal. The amount of people that would say to themselves, okay, I no longer need the PS2 game, let's sell it while it's still worth $100. The market gets flooded, the price crashes. That's what happened with Klonoa 2. Klonoa 2 should have never been a $100 to $120 game. It just got there because the game was damn good, and the demand exceeded the supply. Especially with the amount of people discovering the series for the first time over the years, thanks to like YouTube and stuff. And a lot of those people are like, I'm not really a game collector. I don't actually need to hold on to Klonoa 2 just because it's the original copy. I'm okay with the Reverie collection. So like, it's hard to explain the mentality, because it is a really fascinating thing why some original versions just, if anything, sometimes go up in price when the remaster comes out, and then others just tank. It's always fun to kind of like see what happens. Nude. Man, we were missing out. Look at Japan getting all these exclusives. I've never heard of this one. It's like a Seaman game, except instead of a fish, you get a like a Phantasy Star companion kind of character. Look at that monitor. Interesting. Natural Ultimate Digital Experiment. Wow, you know what's crazy about this game? This is so ahead of its time. This is like legit reality now with all the AI VTuber stuff. It's actually kind of crazy. Original Chrono Trigger and Super Nintendo is still expensive as hell, yeah. So that's like a good one to kind of think about. Because to a lot of people, Chrono Trigger is the Super Nintendo. Chrono Trigger is just too highly regarded that you have such a wide array of people that would pay a lot of money for it despite all the remasters. The thing about Super Nintendo too is it's like, that's a whole nother... Games in their original cardboard boxes, so like Super Nintendo games, those are extremely hard to see any kind of price decrease just because of the collectability of it. Even if it's like super common. There's just too many types of people out there that would want Chrono Trigger. Super Nintendo collectors, RPG collectors, people that call it their favorite game of all time. If Chrono Trigger is your favorite game of all time, in which there are probably tens of thousands of people, if not more, that would say it is, if they have a childhood copy, they're probably never going to sell it. If they acquire a complete in-box copy, they're probably never going to sell it, because to those people the game means too much to them. So that is one of the instances of a game just being so important to someone's life or their collections for whatever reason that it just never leaves their collection. And that's why the prices just stay as they are, and the only things keep going up. Still my favorite Gundam game that I've played. I haven't played a ton of them, but this is still my favorite. If you can look past the frame rate is awful. But I have never played a Gundam game like this one. One of my biggest regrets with the PS3 was not playing this game for the PS3 launch. I ignored it because the reviews were so bad. It's got like a 35 on Metacritic. It was bad, really bad. And I don't blame them, because it did feel like a game that came out on the PS2, gameplay-wise. And the frame rate was one of the worst I've ever played. But if you can seriously look past the frame rate, this is like one of the darkest, grittiest, most realistic feeling Gundam games out there. It's like a Gundam simulator. You move slow as hell, limb damage, like you get your arm chopped off and you're just like lumbering across the levels super slowly. Yeah, it's a great game. I really, and the whole like, there's a strategy element where you're like buying and deploying different Gundams on this world map screen. It's pretty in-depth. Good game, if you like Gundam. I'm just letting the Gundam fans know to not ignore this game because the reviews tell you to. The way I look at it, is if you're able to play Switch games, you'll be fine with Gundam Crossfire. The frame rate, you won't even notice it. Complete in box Sonic Drift 2. Oh, that's a clamshell. That's actually really nice. I was wondering why it was so cheap. Damn, that looks so cool. I'm a fan of that. It really makes you wish that that's what they went with Game Gear. Look at a mini purple Genesis style case. I love that so much. That's actually a really cool way to do like a custom box collection for Game Gear. You could probably order these really cheap in mass. And custom fit and everything. Yeah. I'm a fan. It's like the seller makes them themselves, maybe. You know, the problem with doing something like that, where if you're the only one making the style of box, is like, it kind of... A lot of people won't want that because it's going to look a little out of place in their collection unless your entire collection uses this case. But man, if I were getting into Game Gear collecting these days, like from scratch, and these cases were cheap enough, I would go that route. I think that looks really cool. I'm not usually one for custom cases, but I like that one. Estimate on how much an entire Switch collection will cost? Oh, I have no idea what that... Yeah, no idea. I don't keep track of Switch prices, especially with all the limited release, super duper limited, do a backflip limited editions. Like, I no idea. Like I've said for a while, I don't actually consider myself a Switch collector. I don't go out of my way to even think about acquiring the physical copies. I pretty much just get like 1 or 2 games a year for that thing now. And that's it. The Switch library is just so out of control. It's like an endless ocean of games. $25,000? No, it would be way more than that. No, it would be way more than that. There's a lot of Switch games. Complete in box Pokemon Gold, though. It's like a really clean box. I really freaking regret selling my copy. Wow, that's a nice box. It's actually quite difficult to find gold and silver boxes in that condition. Even my personal copy was not that clean. Yeah, I do regret getting rid of a lot of my original Game Boy, or my original Pokemon games. It was just this point where I was really was not caring about Pokemon, and I'm like, well, I will never go back and play the older Pokemons. Except for, I didn't get rid of Red and Blue. But like, all the other ones, I'm just like, I'm only interested in the new ones that come out. And this was when Pokemon game prices were going crazy, when they first started really taking off. I'm like, now's the time to get rid of them, because the prices are wild. And they just kept going up after I sold them. Pokemon is just such a different monster for game collecting. Pokemon, I wouldn't even consider Pokemon part of like the normal ecosystem of retro game collecting. There's just so many factors that go into the demand and prices for Pokemon games that extends far beyond people that are just game collectors. Game that I regret selling the most price-wise. I never really harp on selling games too much. But I do regret selling Pokemon because it wasn't so much the price, it was like the nostalgic factor. Now it's like I'll never be able to get my original copies of those Pokemon games back. And I'm definitely someone, like, I definitely get attachment to, if I bought this game and it's part of my childhood, I want my original copy, I don't want someone else's. So it's more so the, like, I'll never be able to get my copy back kind of thing. I remember at a convention I had a cart for Pokemon trading card game Pocket, you know, for Game Boy Color, and I sold it, but it still had my original save file on there. But I actually sold it to someone that watched my channel, so at least that made me feel a little better. Dancing roaches. Pretty fitting. Alright, I'm being forced to search for Skylanders, so give me a minute. See how many pages we can go today. Our reminder that Skylanders are still worth a lot of money, and apparently enough people care. These are some of the last figure. $210 for this. They did a really good job on the, like, that's pretty cool looking. They did a really good job on the final Imaginator Skylanders. Detail wise. This was always one of my favorites. Whamshell. It's always liked his design. Wow. These prices are surprising because this is like a super common one from back in the day. That pumpkin one. It really makes me feel like they're making a mistake not bringing Skylanders back. I think the demand is there, based on what I see on eBay. Look at this one. Blackout Ultra Rare. Which game was this one a part of? Trap Team? Really? I don't think I ever saw that one. And that was the one that I was really into. $45 for Lake Core. Wow. Fizz Pop guy. Prices are very shocking on these. All these are, everything we've looked at, by the way, has sold today. The sales activity for Skylanders is just like, it never ceases to amaze me. We're already up to, we're heading towards 200 sold today, 200 listings. Yeah, like Cinder and Spyro. I never really got too much into Spyro stuff outside of like what I played of the original game. So everybody other than Spyro himself is kind of like whatever to me. I have no attachment to them. Man, this may be a new record. We're still on May 3rd right now. 60 listings per page. We're going for 300 if we can get to the bottom of this page. What? $640? Whoa. That can't be real, right? From China, 640? Maybe it is. I like this guy. Wow. We're up to page 6. I think this is a new record. I don't think I've ever gone... Oh, finally, May 2nd. Page 6. 300 Skylanders listings sold today. That is... This IP is not dead. There's no... If they brought Skylanders back, I swear, like, it would actually do really well. That confirms it. That's insane. For something that's been dead now for, what, a decade? That's a lot of demand. Thank you, Everyday Ninja. Thank you for the pack pickup. Oops. On the search what didn't sell. Yeah, it can definitely go crazy if they made a new one, without a doubt. And they can do some pretty wild stuff with it too, with today's technology. I'm sure they can come up with something new and different. $100 360 games for $300. Okay, let's see what we got. Well, poor Final Fantasy XI deserves better than getting lumped in here with Just Dance and sports games and EA. Yeah, that definitely an underwhelming lot. Base Wii colors? Yeah, I'm not sure on that. Unless you're including all variants and stuff.
Anonymous viewer says, tell chat of a story of your most heated eBay bid war you ever had.
Most heated eBay bid? I don't get heated with eBay bids, I'll tell you. Tell chat a story of your most heated eBay bid war. I don't get into bid wars. No, I'm not a bid war person. I'm the type of person where if I'm going to bid on something, first of all, I don't use a bot. I pretty much will, if I remember, if I'm feeling adventurous, I'll set an alarm. Maybe like 10 minutes before it's over. And then usually what ends up happening is I forget that it's ending. You guys have that happen to you? It's like, alright, I'm going to set an alarm. It's ending in 10 minutes. There's no way I'll forget. And then you just like go browse, you know, watch a YouTube video or something, and then you just completely forget about it. 2 minutes after it ends. So that happens to me a lot, which I'm fine with. It's actually probably a good thing. But I don't get into bid wars. I just think to myself, okay, what do I want to pay for this? And then with 2 to 3 seconds left, I manually bid, and that's it. It doesn't give opportunity for bid war. I never bid early. To get into a bid war, you need to bid early. And I don't bid early. Because by bidding early, you're signaling to eBay to signal boost that listing, and that means more eyes are on that listing, and that means you're going to pay a higher price. Right? That's the meta. It's sort of like a YouTube video. The more you like and comment on a video, the more it gets pushed out to other people. So if you're bidding and watching and interacting with an eBay listing, that tells eBay that like when people search by best match, they're going to push that more than other listings. and that means more people will bid against you. So the best thing to do is not do anything until the final 2 seconds. Even like back in the day, back and forth, I've been a sniper for life. Nope. Sniper for life. No bid wars. Even back in the day, I used to think to myself, why are these people bidding early? Like, what's the point? Set a damn alarm or just remember. I will admit, though, these days, if I see something and it's starting at like $1 or something where you know the price is going to go up, I throw a bid on it just to make sure that the seller doesn't delist it or add a buy it now for like a good price and then someone else buys it. Throwing a bid on it makes it kind of like helps secure the listing from disappearing for whatever reason. It's also a better way to be reminded that it's going to end, because I think eBay gives you like an extra kind of push and notification that, hey, this thing you're bidding on, you've been outbid or it's about to end soon. Just throwing the little heart on it is good, but it's not as good as actually putting a bid on it. As long as that bid isn't going to like actually do some work on the listing, right? Like if it's a 99 starting bid, throwing a bid on that, no big deal. But if the thing is already pretty high up there and throwing a bid pretty late in the game, that it's probably better to just watch it at that point. Don't add any more fuel to the fire. Because also, if you get into the really deep meta of it, if you're someone that's bidding on that auction and then you notice another person coming in and throwing a bid on it, you're like, all right, that's another person that's going to be competitive. So they may bid higher knowing that somebody else has interest in it, right? Like this is, you guys think I'm joking, but this is definitely like the head games of eBay. Think about it. If there's a really obscure game on eBay, say some super uncommon CDI game, the starting bid is $74.99. You put a bid on it, you're like, there's no way anybody else is going to be interested in this game for $74.99. I'm going to be the only person that bids on it. There's going to be no competition. Freaking Joe Blow down the street throws the second bid on and outbids you. Now it's $77. You're like, oh shit. It's like the Wild West showdown for the final seconds of that listing, because you know your the other person, your competition's out there. They want it too. So if you don't lead that person to think, you got to lead them to think they're the only one that's interested. So they go to bed, they don't care. They're like, oh yeah, no one's gonna bid on this. You throw that bid on there early, they're gonna be setting that alarm. They're gonna be coming back. So there you go. If you really want to get into the way to play auctions on eBay, the way to play auctions is to just not bid until it's too late, and then you don't win it anyway. Free handout. I'll send that card back to you every day, Ninja, because I didn't even hear it. I don't have, like, I can't hear the notifications for stream notes right now. I'll send that one back to you so you can use it again in the future. Just hold on to it. Hold on to it for when we go back to PS2 stuff. Because people, I think, will be more inclined to help you out with that then. Am I going to play the new Fantasy Life game? I have no plans right now, no. Depends what else is out at the time. I don't remember falling in love with the first Fantasy Life, so... basically whatever I played I can barely remember. So that probably means I'm not going to care much about the next one. Yeah, the way to win The way to win is to not bid at all, and then you forget anyway. Exactly. You win both ways that way. Then your wallet's like, thank you. You're welcome. Not a lot of lots being listed tonight. We'll check auctions again because I think it's been long enough. Yeah, the only problem with the Pokemon design of them is that the layout that I made for that in Photoshop is tied to my old PC, and I don't have Photoshop on this computer because I refuse to pay a monthly subscription to Photoshop. Ridiculous. But I am able to kind of like import them in the Canva. There's definitely an update coming to Streamloot stuff. I just got to find the time to sit down and fully transfer everything into Canva so I can actually update and make new cards again with that layout. Because they're custom-made images, so if I don't have the Photoshop files, it's really hard. But there is a way that I can customize them. It's just going to be very time-consuming. That's just for the eBay stuff, though. It's not for the PS2 cards. The PS2 cards are a lot easier to update. Xenoblade Chronicles X still holding down a high price, despite being out now for like what, a month? But that's typical for these first-party Switch games. Yeah, I mean, another thing is a lot of the plugins that I used to use for the cards have been discontinued. So I gotta see if there's like alternatives. The Hustle Detroit Streets? What the hell is that? I don't think I've ever seen this game. It's an ESRB game? What? Oh, it's a pool game. That might be why. Never thought it's online play. See, this makes... I miss the days of obscure PS2 online games. Imagine playing this online. You had to be one of the only people on planet Earth playing this online if you played this on launch day. Hot chicks, awesome venues, barroom brawls, and mind-blowing pool shots make this a must-have. It does kind of look like my kind of pool game. I don't normally play pool games, but if I do, it's gonna be The Hustle. $180 different pool sharks, over 200 games, 180 challenge games, 20 trick shots, 10 types of pool, online multiplayer, 9 unique pool venues. Really makes me miss the days of just like random games getting online multiplayer from nowhere. Like for no reason, they're just like, yep, we can do it. Just throw it in. 2 to 9 players. Oh wait, no, that's the network adapter. Oh wait, no, that would be 2 to 9 players online. I got confused with this here. Imagine being one of the only like 9 people on planet Earth to play this online. Hotties, hunks, and hustlers make this the baddest game in town. Don't you miss old school bullet points on game boxes? Now you're lucky if you get a freaking sentence on the back of your games. Usually it's just like an image and then talking about like the day one DLC that you get with your copy of the game. where 80% of the box is taken up by like all the mumbo jumbo stuff that they put on the back of a box. What was it? Warhammer Space Marine 2, I think, did that. Let me see if I can find it. I'll show you what I'm talking about. That's what I was thinking of when I was talking about this. Let me see that. I just gotta find someone that shows the back of the box. PS5 version. You look like the type of person that would show the back of the box. Damn, are you kidding me? You. You? Thank you. This is what I'm talking about. Look at that back of the box. What the hell? Like, whatever happened to the back of game boxes? You turn it around now and you need a microscope just to read whatever's down here. And then it's got advertisements for the DLC, just what I'm talking about. Half of it's not even in English. Unleash the devastating arsenal and superhuman abilities of a space marine to dive back into relentless hordes of aliens. No bullet. Where's all the bullet points? Come on. That's the best part of the old back of the boxes. So yeah, every time I think of back of the boxes for modern day games, this is the game that comes to mind. Literally an inch and a half of space. But I guess that's because, you know, a lot of days now people are not walking into a game store, looking at a box, flipping it over, and then making their buying decision based on that. So it's understandable. Everybody makes up their mind if they're going to buy a game or not, because companies are practically streaming and showcasing the entirety of the playthrough of the game 2 months before it's even out. So you kind of already know what to expect. Yeah, I'd also not advise going into a store these days and buying a $70 game based off the back of the box. Probably not the best idea, especially if it's a series you don't know about. But back then, you kind of had to do it sometimes, so having a very alluring, tempting back of the box bullet point list, like on that Hustler game, which I gotta definitely get for the PS2 wheel when that resumes. That is a must pick. I've never seen that game before. But it is the kind of game where I probably wouldn't have paid attention to it years ago. But now I'm like on the hunt for PS2 games like that. Wow. Look how many discs the PC version of Silent Hill 3 is. Five CDs? Jeez. That was the nice thing about console versions back then. You may get, like, visually maybe an inferior version, but you weren't having to pop in 5 discs. You remember looking at the back of the boxes and deciding what to buy? Yeah, that's the origins of like the VidPro cards and stuff. The cards that you'd flip over in Toys R Us. Those things existed because, you know, that was the way you found out about if you wanted to buy a game or not. Flip it over, read the back. If If you weren't getting a subscription to a gaming magazine, that was your next best bet. And not all games will be covered in the magazine. Sometimes you just come across a game you've never heard of before. Take a chance. And if you ended up picking out a really shitty game, you may have been stuck with that game for the next month. Very risky times. It's like, imagine picking Tecmo Secret of the Stars instead of Chrono Trigger or Final Fantasy 3 on the Super Nintendo. Imagine picking Bubsy instead of Sonic. Obviously, you would have made the better choice picking Bubsy. Because that game prepares you for the brutality of one-hit kills for the rest of your gaming life. That game teaches you to not go fast. Take your time. Because if you go fast in Bubsy, you're definitely dead. Enemies just pop out of nowhere. There was always such a funny design with Bubsy. Claws Encounters was like, they were trying to go fast just because they could, but the gameplay, like the design of the levels, did not support going fast. You would just instantly crash into a hazard or an enemy and die. No chance to react. I've always been curious about Secret of the Stars. I really want to play an Indo. I'm very curious an Indo. And I also want to subject people to its battle music. Sonic, my first Sonic collection game? Oh, I mean, I didn't get that compilation that was on the Genesis that they came out with because I already had all the games on that, so there's no reason. So it had to have been Sonic Jam on Saturn, I guess. Would make the most sense. Not sure. Any Bubsy speedrunners out there? I used to speedrun the PS1 version. I had the world record for a bit back in the day. But I didn't do the other Bubsies. Six in one pack? I don't think I had the 6-in-1 pack. I had no reason because I pretty much had what I needed already off of that. Thanks, Main Killer. Thank you for the 30 months. Or sorry, I'm reading these notifications wrong. The notifications in the chat are always better than these dashboard ones. 42 months. They tell me that you resubscribe for 30 months, but then they say they've been subscribed for 42 months. Like, how confusing can they possibly make it? They should put the highest number first and then the lower after. Thank you, Main Killer. Indo got a PS4 port? What? Oh, I think you might be thinking of a different game. Indo is a Super Nintendo turn-based RPG. This game. I just gotta do it. I love this music. It's really growing on me. The battle music of Indo. may wake some people up if you're sleeping. Is that it? No, that's not. This is the soundtrack. I gotta find the battle music. Give me a second. There it is, the banger. Move over, Chrono Trigger. Imagine this being your normal battle theme for your RPG. Hitting them high notes. Sounds like a Genesis track. I wouldn't disrespect the Genesis like that, but I see what you're saying. Yeah, this part especially. It definitely sounds like it could pass for a Sega Genesis battle theme. I think there's only one battle theme that's worse than this one on Super Nintendo, and that's Robotech. Robotech is literally a 5-second loop of a simple tune over and over and over. I mean, you gotta do Robotech now. I really gotta find the freaking... They don't even... The song is so bad that there's not even a video on YouTube for it, for just the song. It's one of those things where they name the battle music, and I don't know what it's called. Oh, that's because I'm searching Robotech. Typo. There it is. 2 minutes and 24 seconds. It's going to be the longest 2 minutes of your life. Nope, wait, that's not the right one. That's not the normal battle theme. Is it this? Where is it? It's like nobody even has the normal battle theme on here. They do, but the clicks must be so low it's not even showing it. This one? No. I can't find it. It doesn't surprise me, given the song. I'd have to like find the full playlist. Hold on. 21-minute video. There it is. Imagine this being your battle theme. Listening to this for hours on end. Now I want you to listen to this very carefully, okay? Song's already looping. It's like a 15-second loop. Look, they're already cutting to the next song. They're like, "Oh man, I don't want to lose analytics on YouTube. People clicking off the video. People not prepared for the third loop." It sounds like the opening song to a circus. Yeah. Actually, yeah, it would have fit a circus RPG. Did we ever get an RPG that's based in a circus, like entirely for the whole game? I guess Dark Cloud 2 is like one of the closest things, in the beginning at least. But the whole game in a circus? I don't think we ever did. What game I wanted to like but didn't? Oh, I don't know. There's probably been quite a few of those, but it's just so hard to think off the top of your head. I think it's more so, it's not like I want to like the games, it's more so other people want me to like the games and there's high expectations and then I don't end up liking it. Kind of thing. Thank you, Pixelly. 98 months, by the way. Super appreciate it. That's 9 years. Yeah, thank you. 9 years. I'm sitting here, I'm like, all right, remember to do your math on these resubs. People getting up there in these resub numbers. Yeah, Final Fantasy trading card game. I love those days playing Final Fantasy trading card game over webcam. I miss playing that, but man, it would be so hard to get back into that now. Final Fantasy 11 though. I'm telling you, as soon as I'm done with my RPG Maker game and like the fall hits or something, depending on when I'm playing around that time. I guess not in October, but like I've been wanting to play a white mage in 11. I think my next attempt at playing on a private server will be a white mage, just because I never really got to experience the white mage life back in the day, past level 37. And the thing about white mage in 11 on private servers, it's one of the only true support classes left that just sits on their ass and heals and supports. Bard or pullers, I don't want to play a bard anymore. I'm lazy. I don't want to be pulling to camps. I want to just sit there and heal. So I got to play a white mage. The next best thing. Even red mages are like, I mean, yeah, I guess I could kind of transition into red mage, but that's pretty demanding. You're expected to do some crazy things on red mage. White mage would be a little easier. Thing is, a lot of people want you to main heal on red mage. I'd rather off heal. So if I played red mage, I would have to like invite my own white mages. But then eventually having a red mage and a white mage in the same party is very suboptimal. Listings from Australia. Alright, these are ending too late, I think. Should make the 10 years a rusty knob. Gotta repolish it and build it all over again. You get the 10-year resub and your knob just gets all rusty and you gotta repolish it over the next 10 years. Yeah, I never played Paladin, and I barely ever touched Red Mage back in 11. Unfortunately, though, the meta for Red Mage now is pretty intense. You're expected to do so much on Red Mage. They want you to be a main healer, essentially. Which Red Mage used to be more of a support. But the meta in late game leveling typically like calls for one healer. And it becomes pretty difficult to get invites on a white mage. They also don't get refresh. So they're less desirable. Early levels of Red Mage, though, before you get refresh, just like debuffing and buffing party members and enfeebling, off-healing, that would be fun. what Dragon Quest stuff is in 11. I don't think there's any Dragon Quest stuff in Final Fantasy 11 unless they added it in like the current like live servers as a collab thing or something, but I'm not aware of anything. This music, it's just like lo-fi remixes of video game music. Music that doesn't get me in trouble on YouTube, which is why I like using it. Yeah, these auctions are ending at 5 in the morning. Sometimes it's worth going this deep on auctions, though. You find that one auction that's ending super late. Oh, wow, the PC version of Dinosaurs. Crazy Escape. Is that... I wonder if it plays similar to the Game Boy Color game. Wow, it actually is kind of like similar looking, but it looks more like a Lemmings game almost. I wasn't even aware that there was another Dinosaurus game. Crawling, digging, swimming. 3 worlds, 30 different levels, 2-player mode so you can match wits with your friends. The Game Boy Color version was this weird little combination of a platformer and a Pokemon game. Very unique. Never got it in the US. What does the SSN stand for? The first thing that came to mind for me was Social Security number. Guess we'll never know. Hello, Fade. Appreciate it. Thank you for watching. Thank you for popping in the stream. Think you're gonna get a retro PC now that you have more space? That would be so cool. Yeah. That would be cool to have. If I were to get a retro PC that ran older PC games without much of an issue, like the way I would do it if I wanted to stream something like that, I'd legit just have to take my webcam and point it at the goddamn monitor. Right? Like that's probably the simplest way to deal with it. I would love to get into retro PC stuff one time. Those big clunky ass big boxes. Not even the big boxes, but the cheap little jewel case games that you can find that like it seems like no one on planet Earth has ever heard of before. Do I think we'll ever see physical reissues of D and D2 on modern consoles? There was physical reissues of D for limited run games, but you ended up getting a burnt CDR that didn't work on the 3DO. Other than that, a port like digitally would seem more likely. D2 though, I don't know about that. I don't know about D2. D seems way more likely. D2 is a little more of a stretch, unfortunately, being on the Dreamcast. Virtual machine. There's compatibility issues still with Virtual Machine. Essentially, if you're looking to play old PC games, it's going to be a giant... Like, you better stock up on Advil. No matter what you're doing with old PC stuff. Yeah, no more D's dining table. Yeah, if there's one thing that I hate is streaming issues. So streaming old PC games would not be a good combination. I get to see myself like knee deep in a playthrough and then suddenly it just stops working. It's like, okay. Definitely regret this. It was a PlayStation water gun. Wonder what event that was from. Jedi power battle with a pewter Qui-Gon minifigure? Never seen that before. It's neat. Buy it now for $10. Pre-release purchase offer. Huh. You should have to pre-order it somewhere. Finding just the manual for any like PS2 games is very challenging. Pretty much even if there was one up there, you're just gonna pay whatever the person's asking. It's actually extremely hard to find people that are selling just the manual for PS2 games, especially if they're kind of uncommon games. Sonic 3 Genesis cartridge. So what, do they have it like a thumb drive or something on here? Or is it just for show? Congratulations, you're a winner. Thank you for entering the 12 Hours of Sonic giveaway and enjoy your gift of a Sega cartridge. So I guess it's just a dummy cartridge. That's still a cool gift. $3,000 though, hell no. GameCube playing cards, $100. GameCube playing cards. More like opening your wallet and playing with your money. It's more like it when you're dealing with the GameCube. Street Racing Syndicate promo trading cards signed by Courtney Day. $500? There's no way that someone actually... There's no way that's worth $500, right? Well, there's a trading card set. Move over Pokemon. We're collecting Street Racing Syndicate for PS2 and Xbox. And GameCube, I think. A sealed pack. Do I need to... No, I'm not paying $100 for that. I was going to say, do I need to pick up a pack for the trading card game channel? I've never even played Street Racing Syndicate. I wonder if they can randomly come signed, or if they probably got that signed in person. Honestly, if you watch older VODs, it's one of the best way to preserve the best moments on Twitch, because once the VODs are gone, you'll never be able to create clips of those old streams again. So if you're watching my old streams and you just see a funny moment, I would just clip it anyway to immortalize it on Twitch. People do watch clips. They do. So the clips will still work, the VODs will be gone though. Yeah, if you make a clip though and you want it to get views, just make sure you give it a custom title. Just don't clip it and like keep the stream title. That helps people watch them. Yeah, there's a channel for clips. You can post it in there too if you find any good ones. Chaos Legion trading cards. Wow. Apparently the PS2 just randomly had a bunch of trading cards for random games. Thoughts on 360 prices? I think 360 prices right now are pretty stable for the foreseeable future, because you got to think about it. The biggest spike in attention that the 360 has ever received since it released happened with the discontinuation of the digital store. The most amount of focus you will ever see placed on the 360 again for the foreseeable future was the store closure. So the peak pricing has already happened, and the drops that you see now, I would never foresee the prices going back up to what they were for any length of time. Maybe 15, 20 years from now, you might see some of the games go back up to as high as they were. Right? There'll be one-off games that randomly just kind of get really expensive again for whatever reason, but like the entire library getting to the prices that it was going for, never going to happen again. There's no reason for the 360 to suddenly get that expensive without some kind of like... Maybe the next Xbox console is completely backwards compatible with 360 games, or like something crazy like that. But yeah, the prices you see now are probably going to be the prices for the foreseeable future, with odds and ends here that go up in price due to exposure through whatever means. Yeah, Autobahn Polizzi. Yeah, that is a genuinely rare game. It is very rare. It's actually one of the harder to find 360 games. But there would need to be a genuine reason for that game to double in price again, right? And the only way that would happen is if for some reason a huge spotlight is put on it. Like an entire video dedicated to that game, or... I just don't see it happening. Right now is probably one of the best times to collect 360 games, because it's at the bottom of the curve, right? The biggest spike ever for 360 has already happened. And right now, no one's really thinking about 360. If you're looking to Like, a lot of people right now are honestly saving up trying to get a Switch 2 if they can afford it. So they're probably not spending a lot of money on 360 games. So right now it's probably one of the better times. Based on the prices I've been seeing for 360 games, there are some really good deals on games that used to be very expensive that are almost as low as they used to be. It won't always be that way. They'll creep back up again. Press media promo papercraft for Tank Tank Tank. What a terrible promo item. You can see why this game never really caught on. Well, first of all, it needed online multiplayer. All Tank 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 needed was online multiplayer. I don't know what they were thinking not including that. Pay $25. Yeah, 25 is that's a good price for that game. Yeah, PS4 right now, great prices. Xbox One, like, man, dirt cheap. I'm not sure what to think about Xbox One Series game disc. Could become valueless, might become more rare because of how low console sales. Yeah, it's a very weird middle of the road kind of choose your path thing, right? Some of those games have extremely low print runs. I just think of when I went to pick up one of the best games that I played in the last 5 years, Gollum. Lord of Ring Gollum, as it's known. And I went to GameStop and they got a single Xbox copy in and I think 2 PS5 copies. Games like that, physically, are going to be so rare in the future. Right? Like there cannot be that many printed for something like that. I do think there will definitely, especially if Xbox goes under, if Xbox ceases to exist in a generation or two from now for consoles, I do think you will see a renewed interest in people going back and picking up games for consoles like Xbox One. I think that would be the biggest catalyst of an Xbox One or Series X price spike is the actual discontinuation of Xbox, especially if they discontinue physical games. When they announce physical games are discontinued, you will see Xbox One games go up in price. So instead of them being $1.50, they'll be $1.75. So get in on it while you can. Did I ever do a special eBay stream again, like just Mario or Sonic? That's possible. But it can be hard for that to sustain an entire stream, for sure. Because there's only so many interesting things to look at. Well, you gotta remember, a lot of people will collect for the Xbox One just because the games are very cheap, and if they don't own a PlayStation, then that's going to be one of their only options for high-resolution versions of multi-platform games. And some people just want to be cool, right? They want to collect for the console that has less demand, maybe lower print runs because there's just not as many physical copies out there. Maybe some people like green more than blue for their cases. I think when it comes to multi-platforms, it's kind of hard to argue against the Xbox One and Series X for the value, price-wise, if you're buying used copies of the physical games. The achievements. That is true. I didn't actually think about the achievements. I'm just like, I've wiped achievements from my mind so much. There are a lot of achievement hunters out there. And if you think about it, if certain games that are available on the Xbox, if they ever take them down digitally, the achievement hunters will have to track down a physical copy to get the achievements. And if it's a rare copy, that could actually add a little bit of demand to a physical copy. I really wish that I would have never given up on achievements in the 360 days. I wish I would have at least carried it through to the Xbox One. It's just so hard for me to want to go back and care about achievements again, knowing that I gave up on them during the 360 days. Ever since then, if I get an achievement, so be it. I don't even check achievement lists anymore since the 360. I always love the cover for this. I just love me a nice Sega Saturn cover from Working Designs, or any Sega Saturn cover for that matter that uses foiling and embossing. Also known as pretty much only Working Designs. I'm not sure if I remember any Saturn games using foiling and embossing other than them. Yeah, I wish I could fall in love with achievements again. I've been half tempted to try some kind of challenge streams where, like for 360, like giving me a reason to hunt achievements again, right? Like I definitely was brainstorming a little bit around that idea. It's like forcing me to, like, I can't stop playing a game until I get 1,000 out of 1,000 if it's possible, because some games it's actually not possible anymore. That could be torturous, but also super fun at the same time. Like maybe a system. I'm not gonna say it. Let me write this down because I think I just thought of a neat way to kind of do it. Not gonna mention it. Had a lot of ideas stolen in the past. Writing it down. Keep that one in the back pocket for the future. Could be fun. Speak of the devil. There it is. Game of the year. What was it? 2023? 2024? check out the reviews and see what people are saying about it. Hey, hold on. Where's my review? What the hell? Where is my review? They took my review down. I said it was a great game. Is it on the Xbox version? Oh, okay. There's apparently... Huh. How can I find my review? I don't remember. Did I leave a review? No, I definitely left a review for Gollum. No, it's not there. Well, that's unfortunate. Check on the filter. There's a filter for the reviews. Most relevant. Nope. Maybe enough people reported my review because I said it was a good game and then they bought it. Who the hell uses reviews on eBay, by the way? Who actually reads this stuff? That's the question. The SOCOM bucket hat. SOCOM fans are still out there. $25 points for beating the game. Less about how many points you get and more about getting 1,000 out of 1,000. That's what people were really aiming for. Yeah, and then if you never get the achievement for beating Bullet Witch and you don't get that single achievement point, it forever screws up your achievement score. Because it'll always be like 99 instead of 100. Which sucks even more, which made even more people try and get it because they don't want to screw up the numbers. Let's see what people got. 16 PS1 games or $342. Yeah, that's a fair price. I think they paid a little under, like if you were to add all these up, I think it would be somewhere around 400. So, not bad. Auctions are definitely one of the best ways to still get deals on eBay. Unless you're sitting there furiously refreshing newly listed. Not something I have done in a long time. But there's two methods. Constantly looking at auctions, seeing what you could potentially snipe, and newly listed by it now. And also lowball offering. That's about it. And look at that, there's still deals to be had for Game Boy Color. Oh wait, no game, just the box. Still reasonable. Well, hold the door. Look at this. Werewolf the Apocalypse on PS4. Not even 5. $50. Just because it's sealed with a promo. Telling you, don't sleep on this one. It's one of those, like, one of the best 5 out of 10 kind of games you're ever going to play. Half the game is amazing, half the game is awful. The beat-em-up sections with the werewolf took me back to the PS3 and 360 days. Even PS2, like, it was so much fun. The beat-em-up sections are so good. Everything else, not good. But the beat-em-up sections are so good, it kind of made it worth it. Ah yes, irritating stick. One of the hardest games you will play on the PS1. Got the drill through it. They used to do this to, like, signify that it was a kind of like a copy sent to a, like, press or employee, from what I remember. So if you ever see a PS1 game that has a hole drilled through it, that's why. I believe that's what that means. Could also be that they maybe drilled a hole through it for, like, hanging this somehow in a store, but I think the hole is a copy that's not meant for resale or something. But why would they not drill the barcode then? But I've seen a lot of games with that hole through it. A little keychain through it and attach it somewhere, yeah. Yeah, like maybe in the store. But if you ever do see a barcode with a hole through it, that is definitely like an employee copy. I look forward to when I play this game again one day. Unit 13 is such a great little swan song for Zipper Interactive. This was their last game, creators of SOCOM. Great game online as well. I don't know how fun it would be playing alone. Damn, somebody bought this. I think I remember seeing this on one of the eBay streams. Spyro Crystal Ball. 500 bucks. A lot of people make fun of things being like, oh, you're just buying a paperweight. Someone literally bought a paperweight for $500. You know there's paperweight collectors out there. You know they're out there. People collect everything. You know there's someone out there with the Guinness collection of the biggest paperweight stock, right? bug collectors. Bug collecting would certainly be a very... Actually, probably a pretty fun thing, right? Because I'm sure there's a lot of rare variant bugs. It's like you find the shiny version, like in Pokemon, where you got that super small chance of finding a shiny Pokemon. Well, bug collecting, I'm sure on eBay once in a while, like a rare shiny variant pops up where it's like, ooh, it's purple instead of green. Yeah, just probably make sure that you're married before you start collecting bugs. That might be a good idea. Probably not the kind of collection you want to have if you're still single, you know. Oh, let me show you my exotic dead bug collection. Unless it's butterflies. Something like pretty looking, but like the horned beetles and shit, like, oh man, that must... Tarantulas? Not everybody's thing. Yeah, let me show you my collection, my Guinness World Record collection of tarantulas from around the world. The Madagascar blood-sucking 3-foot-long tarantula. And people aren't buying nothing exciting in the promo stuff. Team Sonic Racing 15 postcard set keychain. That moment when you realize that Team Sonic Racing is about to be like 10 times better than Crossworlds. It's not a good feeling. It's a nice keychain. Back when you can actually process what was happening in the races. I didn't know this game had a physical limited run. Well, I bought the digital while it was on sale for like a few dollars. This game was very close to getting played last October. Unfortunately, though, I thought about playing it a little too late, and it's one of those games where it's not easy to pin down how long it will take you to beat it. It's something that needs to be played early in October, because it's procedural, and a lot of things could go wrong, and you can keep having to reset. And but man, what a striking art style that game has. Saturnalia. It's like a roguelike, cel-shaded kind of sketchbook look game where you get stalked by a monster, but the town changes every time you die, which is really hard. That's why they have a mode where you can set it so the town doesn't shift around when you die. How many PS3 games you up to, Stage 1? See? This game goes on sale digitally for like $7, but I tell people the physical is really cheap for Clive and Wrench. I need to get myself a physical. When there's that close of a difference in price between physical and digital, I'm definitely going physical. But if I can get a digital game for like $4 and the physical is like $50, I mean, it's kind of hard to argue with that, right? At least when it comes to PS5, PS4 games. Somebody actually bought one of these things. I'd say this is the low point of Nintendo advertisements, the Wii era. Just like grabbing his arm and guiding the Wii remote. I don't think we're ever going to see advertisements like this again, especially for like, well, they're kind of doing it in video advertisements. This whole like stage the families playing the console together thing. But now it's not families, it's just like people in their 30s gathered together playing Switch 2 in the advertisements. No more grandma. Nope, she's taking a backseat. Oh, it had a DVD in it. Maybe that's why. Did I ever play Full Auto? Yes. I was a fan of Full Auto. The frame rate was unfortunate, but the thing that's most memorable for me with Full Auto is that it was one of my favorite things. I've talked about this a few times, but one of my favorite things about new consoles are the second wave of games that come out after the initial games for day one launch. Full Auto was the first 360 game to come out after the initial launch games in the US. And that was kind of special because it's like at that point you're starved for something different to play. So you got Full Auto. Full Auto was really cool for like the car combat racing destruction genre, but the performance was definitely noticeable. And on the 360, you know, if games were hitting 25 frames, 20 frames, no big deal. We were willing to look past that kind of stuff, but when the frame rate starts tanking like super low, it started to become more and more noticeable on the 360. And unfortunately, that was one game where it was really hard for me to look past the performance. Never played the sequel. I do wonder how it is. Would I ever collect PS1 demo discs? Sounds like a fun idea, but I've never really... That's a pretty big commitment. There's a lot of PS1 demo discs, and I feel like once you start going down that rabbit hole, you're kind of... There's going to be a lot to look through. For me, if I bought PS1 demo discs, it would be to like do some kind of fun speedrun challenge where I gotta like speed through the demos on the disc or something. Kind of try and add a bit of extra value to it. Yeah, it's weird, right? Full Auto 1 is 360 exclusive, and then Full Auto 2 is PS3. There's a lot of dev interviews on them. See, I would like those ones. Those would be fun. Anything with any kind of cool menu, really nice interface, unique music in the menus. I would like that kind of stuff. Alright, so got a little bit of a surprise for you guys. Gonna be announcing a new collaboration that I'm doing. It's something that I've been under NDA for over 5 months. I've been eagerly awaiting. Well, not over 5 months. It's been about 5 months. Something that I am going to be affiliated with and have an affiliate link. It's pretty exciting because it's an actual product. It's very hard to get those as a streamer. It's usually more of a YouTube thing, but this company was like, okay, we're actually interested in the streaming side of things. And I'm like, okay. Especially because it's a company that I've known and bought things from for 15 years. So I'm going to show that to you guys now. Give me one moment. If you like collectibles, let me see. Got like a bunch of stuff here. Hold on. Let me pause this music. I will warn you, the song in this... Oh, and just to let you know, like, this is purely an affiliate relationship, right? So I'm not paid to advertise this in any way. Like, they're not like... It's not a, hey, we're going to pay you money to show this on your stream. It's more of a... Like, I can show this to any capacity that I want, so any effort that I put into showing this is on my own volition. Just so you guys understand. It's not like a paid, forced sort of relationship like that. So anything that I show you guys and update you on this, it's just because it's something that I believe in terms of, I think you guys will connect with it. I'm definitely into certain aspects of it. You'll see what I mean. And it is something that was supposed to be under NDA and under wraps until today, but there actually was a bit of an early reveal. Some of you may know what it is if you keep up with this company. But it was revealed about 2 months ago, but it was kind of like just on one platform. So some of you may be like, oh yeah, I see this already. But others, I think most of you won't know what this is. So I will give a disclaimer. This is from a company that many of you probably know. It is a new, I just want to clarify, this is a new venture from this company. It doesn't have any tie to their previous products. It's just that the creators of said previous products are the masterminds behind this. And there are certain things here that are pretty exciting from a collector standpoint. So you'll see what I mean. So we'll let the intro video play here. Like I said, it's going to come with a very, very catchy song, okay? So here it is. This is the new company that I'm going to be working with to promote their collectibles line that is launching next month. And the company is First Four Figures. So this is the video they showed to me to pitch the idea. I did a video call with them for like an hour and a half and they explained everything to me. Notice the chase variants. That's where they had me. They are only showing 3 IPs here. They have currently 25 IPs that they're working for with this. And I've seen into the future of the unrevealed IPs, especially in the video game side of things. There are some really surprise gaming IPs that are coming to this. Series that have never had any kind of merchandise are getting things. Okay, told you about the song. Song's catchy as, yeah, it's catchy. So what are these things? So you guys, I'll just kind of go do a little overview here just to kind of explain it for you. Let me get you the link as well. So because I am sort of affiliated with them as a content creator, I do get my own link. So if you are interested in this, this is the link that you want to sign up for notifications with these. So that link will take you to a page, and it'll just ask you to put in your email. And what that does is it'll just say, okay, thank you for signing up to be notified when this launches. It launches next month. And then about a week before, as long as you do this a week before at least the launch, it will it'll give you another email to remind you, because it's going to give you a promo code that you can use, like my creator code thing, as long as you use my link to make purchases for these things. They'll give you a little discount. That link has no minimum purchase necessary for the pre-launch. Okay, so that's important to know. So you can buy just one figure, whatever. They retail for $14.99. I'm going to show you the deal with these things. Here, let me put up a little image here for you guys as I talk about this. So for example, here's the Sonic line, and they currently have, you can kind of see why they got me with this, right? They have at least right now 32 different Sonic figgies planned. They're going to launch in waves, and they're going into the obscure characters. But there's more of a catch to this that I'm going to get into that makes them sort of like cool from a collectible standpoint. But that is the link. So if you are interested in these whatsoever, use that link. I'm going to enable it as a pinned message after I kind of give you guys my spiel here. But for now, just put in your email. They'll send you the code. They'll remind you about the code, and you get, most importantly, 24 hours early access to actually order these figures, because they're going for a collectible aspect where they're doing first editions that can only be ordered through their website. They're only producing 1,000 of each, and then, like, so for the more popular characters, you can imagine the Sonic ones might be a good idea to order those early, because you don't know how often they're going to sell out. And they have rare chase variants, which I'll get into. So there definitely is an incentive to get the orders in early. So yeah, this is how they're going to handle these. So let me show you another image here. So this is what they look like. So it is essentially a soft PVC figure, right? It's more of a display thing, right? It's not going to be an articulated figure or anything. It's sort of like a small budget line collectible figurine that has a metal backplate, and you can kind of switch it back and forth, so you can do the more elaborate themed backgrounds like you see here from Metal Sonic and Sonic, or you can just flip it to the more classic kind of look on the back. And it is just a magnetic figure, right? But the thing about this is it's more than just that, and this is kind of where they grab me when it comes to the originality and the potential I think that these things have. They're doing chase variants where when you purchase one of these things, so for $15 you get a box. I unfortunately don't have assets for the images of the boxes or anything, but they look really nice in a nice window box. It'll say first edition on the box if you order from the website. Here, let me show you another IP that they have that I think some of you will be pretty excited about. Banjo-Kazooie, and these are coming wave 1. These are going to be available the first week. So when you order through the website for the first wave, these are the ones you're going to be able to get. They'll do chase variants. So when you open your package, there's going to be a little envelope inside that comes with the chance for chase variants. So like 6% to pull a bronze, and then 3% to pull a silver, 1% to pull a gold. And what that means is, in addition to the colored background that you normally get with these, like you see here, you'll get an additional backplate that I've seen in a stream that they showed them off. They look awesome. Metallic gold, metallic silver, really decent, high quality looking. And if they're producing 1,000 of these, you can imagine how hard it's going to be to pull a 1% gold. But if you get it, it's going to be really collectible. And then on the back of the figgy itself, there's actually a QR code. So you can scan the figgy. Each figure will have a QR code, and it's like a digital stamp of your figgy. So it'll actually be serialized. So you'll be able to see, like, you have number 13 out of 1,000 for the Banjo-Kazooie figgy for the first edition. Or you have number 1 of 1,000. Or maybe you have number 999 of 1,000. So it digitally stamps it. It tells you when you purchased it and like originally obtained it, like all this different digital information about the figure. It tells you like any kind of collectability aspects. Let me actually replay this video here without the music, so we can kind of pause and go through this with you guys. I think that'll make it a little bit easier. Intro video, refresh that. So I'll pause here because this video here definitely has some of the better information. So you can see the window box. It'll say first edition on the box. And this is not just video game IPs. I want to make that clear. I personally have only signed up. I have not received my samples yet. Okay. Unfortunately, here, did I enable? Give me 1 second. I told them I only really want samples for the video game stuff because I don't really have an interest in the anime stuff, right? I have no reason to promote that. So that's the cool thing. You can kind of pick and choose what you're going to collect and what I'm going to collect. And I told them I'm only really interested in certain video game IPs. Okay, it is enabled. Let me just enable this timer here. And there's a lot of cool ones coming, but we're under NDA for those we can't say. They showed me a preview. They have a plan. There's currently over 250 figgies being worked on. 100 are currently physically like in production. Like they've made samples of them, and they plan on releasing them every week. Okay, so this is like the crazy collectible side of this. But that's the thing, right? Pick and choose what you want. Most people are not going to be buying every figgy. Like this here, I even had to write this down because I don't remember what the heck this is. I'm not a big anime person. This is from an anime that apparently a lot of people are excited for. Frieren? So they have the IP for that. I don't know what it is, but there's a lot of people excited for that line. And while they may only have 3 figures right now, future waves will add more characters. Obviously, they have Street Fighter. There's a lot of places you can go. Now, this is where they got me. You guys can see. You know the deal with the chase variants. So there'll be metallic plates. So the bronze, 6% chance to get that when you open one of your figgies. Silver is 3%. Gold is 1%. And they will actually track this stuff. So there's a digital app when you scan the QR code where you'll be able to keep track of your collection, share your collection where other people can see like what you've collected. So you can kind of like get bragging rights that, hey, I pulled a gold Ryu or I pulled a gold Sonic variant. And it's important to say variant because you do get the other plate with the gold. So it's not like it's replacing it. You're still getting the full package. And it's, if you look, it's actually like they're unique plates. So the character art will be on the front and back in some way for these chase variants. So it's not like they're just taking the same plate and just like throwing it into every package for every character. They're unique plates for each character. You can see like, so when you flip it over, there'll be, these percentages are a little off, by the way. This is 6, 3, and 1. And that's the Street Fighter line. This video, unfortunately, only goes over a few. That's why I got images of the other IPs. I'll show you guys. Okay, so that right there is like the app where they're showing you scanning it, and there's just a little bit more to do with. There's a lot of things to go over here, but don't. I've brushed up on this stuff, so anybody that has any questions after this, I can answer it for you. And thank you for your patience, by the way. I don't normally do these like big long explanations for any kind of like branded sponsored stuff. So I do appreciate your patience. I'm just kind of excited because it's one of the first opportunities I've had with a real partnership that lasts more than a week or a month for a physical product. Like, this is a big deal for me. I started making First Four Figures content. I was one of the first people ever to make videos on YouTube for unboxing First Four Figure statues. So if you watch my old videos of me opening like the Sonic statue, the Link statue, apparently the creator of First Four Figures noticed that, and that's why 15 years later they've gotten in contact with me to help promote their new venture. And this can really take off. They're still in that phase of like feeling it out. They got to like show that people have interest in this, and then like you might start seeing these things popping up in Walmart, Target in the future. But it's still in that sort of like, they got to see the interest, see where it goes. The thing about this is that they're able to do obscure characters because of the price point, right? Like, it's a lot easier to make one of these small figures and be like, you know, hey, it's less of a risk. If they're making a giant First Four Figure statue, that's they got to get a lot of data for that. With this, they can be like, sure, let's just launch a figgy for Fang from Sonic, or some random character for some random series, or some game that you thought was dead for the longest time, but they're going to release a figgies line. And I've seen some of the things come in the future. They're actually doing these things. I can't say what they are yet, though, which is one of the reasons I believe in it. The collector side, I think, is really going to be into it. Obviously, the look of these is not for everybody. It's a pixel style, mostly because they're designed to be placed next to one another. They want a cohesive art style. Pixel art is kind of like timeless when it comes to people that are into games and, pop culture kind of stuff in a way. So that's why they went with this style, in case you're wondering. But yeah, let me explain this here. So every figgies that you buy also comes with a scratch-off code. When you redeem this code in the app, they give you points that will accrue for getting things like free figgies, free shipping, like digital kind of like things to deck out your profile online, like different things that you can choose from, just like as a little added benefit for picking up the figures. And then the thing that isn't quite ready yet for them, it's supposed to be launching like later this month, maybe next month, is what they're calling the Figgiverse, which is their own unique IP that's not using existing IPs. They're like their own unique characters. And this is the cool part. So every time you buy a figgy, you're going to get points, 100 gems. You use these gems to open digital packs in their app. When you open the digital pack, you're going to get their unique IP characters, right? Like, meaning their own unique designs, characters that will hopefully evolve in the future into recognizable characters through different collaborations, or maybe they get their own games or something. But for now, they're their own unique characters, own unique IP. And as you collect the different variants of those 5 characters, you level them up, and if you get to the highest level in the app, you actually get sent a physical figure of that character, which will take a lot of work. So like when you actually achieve that goal and get the physical figure in the mail, it's going to feel really special and really collectible. So like say 5 commons make a rare, 5 rares make an epic, 5 epics make a, legendary, and then 5 legendaries make like the next. Legendary is the highest tier. They do mythic and then legend. But once you reach the highest tier, they actually will let you redeem that for a physical figure. So they've got a lot of really unique ideas going on with this. As you can see, it's not just like, here's like the redemption thing that they're letting you do through the points that you get through buying the figures. That's the app that'll track what you've collected. And then the other thing is they're not just going to like launch this and then nothing happens for months. There's actually a framework prepared already well into the future where every single week they're going to launch a new line of figures. So they've already got like months worth, years worth. Like the next year or two is already set in stone for figgies that are going to release. So it's not like this is going to come out and then you're waiting around for a month or 2 or 3 and nothing's coming out. Like it's continually going to be launching stuff. The hype will continue to build because they've already got a framework going here. And if you know First 4 Figures, you know that they don't play around with collaborations and IPs that they acquire. Like they are pumping out stuff like crazy. So it's like this is a company that has a trustworthy track record. So it's like you can kind of believe in them from that aspect. They're very motivated. They're not just like sitting on their hands here. They're making a lot of things happen in terms of IPs that they're working with. Let me just show you guys a couple more previews of some of the other figures. So you had the Banjo-Kazooie stuff. There may be more Banjo-Kazooie ones in the future. Obviously, waves means, there'll be initial characters. And then in the future, you may get more. Did I get... Oh, I didn't grab one for... Oh, here's one just for Banjo. So this will give you an idea. That gives you a good idea of the texture, too. So it's sort of like... It's not just a flat PVC, it's got like the rivets in there for the pixels. And they're really bright, they're really vivid in color. I think they look pretty cool. I will admit certain ones I like more than others. I'm definitely more attached to the video game ones more than the anime. So there's like the rarity, the characters, the gold, silver, and bronze. Chase backing. These are metal plates. That'll also come with a metal plate that let you stick it onto other surfaces so you don't just have to use it like on a desk or something. Something else kind of fun is the villains you'll notice all face to the left and the hero characters face to the right. That's because when you kind of line them up, they want like Sonic and friends on the left and then like, well, they've kind of already revealed it, but like Eggman, Robotnik, and like Metal Sonic and other villains facing the other way. So it's sort of like a fun little detail that they have. That was Sonic. Oops, sorry, I'm like juggling so many things here. Sonic, Metal Sonic. Street Fighter we did. So here's some of the anime stuff for you anime people. They're doing like Cowboy Bebop, Mega Man X. There'll be a lot of Mega Man stuff coming, I'm sure, because there's a lot of Mega Man characters you can work with. Like I said, Sonic already has multiple waves lined up, and some of the more obscure characters have been revealed. They're doing stuff like Mecha Knuckles, for example, Fang. Like they're going deep in the Sonic IP, which makes me... I'm definitely collecting the Sonic stuff, I'll tell you that much. And I told them that's what I want to focus on. So I'm going to get... I got samples coming to me. They were supposed to hopefully be here by the time the NDA lifted today. They're not. But when the samples come, I'll show you guys on video, and I'll show you what the plates look like and everything. So you can get a better idea. Yu-Gi-Oh fans. I think the Yu-Gi-Oh ones actually look really good, but I'm not a Yu-Gi-Oh person, but I'm just showing you guys anyway. And there will be more Yu-Gi-Oh ones coming. They've already been spoiled in a stream. There's a lot of other Yu-Gi-Oh ones coming. So if you're just like a Yu-Gi-Oh person, there's going to be a lot of those coming, and you can kind of like chase the variants. So think of them like as an interactive trading card almost in a way, where you get a little figure with it, and sort of, if you think of it that way, with the chase variants. And then the free run stuff. There are other ones, but that's what we have like the assets for to show right now. So that is it. I don't want to like, go too hard on you guys. I'm just giving you the introduction to it. What I'm going to be doing is, probably very briefly, usually maybe every eBay or every other eBay stream, I'll kind of like, or normal stream, not even an eBay stream, I'll give you guys like the rundown, like, oh, here's the new wave that's coming out. Because every week, like I said, there's going to be a new line of figures coming out. And then if you use my code, you get a little discount. So even if you like pre-sign up, they'll give you 24 hours early access on June 3rd to get your orders in before the public on June 4th. 1,000 figures of each. They're probably going to sell out for the first editions if there's enough interest. I especially think the Sonic ones. Sonic for sure. The Sonic fans are going to go rabid for this. Because I don't think we've ever had something with like a actual chaseable variant that's serialized before for Sonic stuff. So yeah, thank you guys for your patience and listening through to that. I'm pretty excited for it. And this is a collaboration that I have no timeline for. Essentially, as long as I promote it and you guys like it, I will continue to hopefully get samples and show to you guys on stream. And they'll continue to support me in that way. And I think it could be kind of fun. We'll be able to like open them on stream, or you guys can tell me what you pulled with the chase variants. We can use the app to like compare collections in the Figgy World thing that they have. I can make my own group, I think, in Figgy World, so we can kind of have like our own community. Once you sign up with the email, they'll go to the next step for Figgy World, where they'll ask you to like sign into that. I think I'm gonna have my own page in there, so like we can have my own Pete Door community within Figgies, where we can like kind of compare what we're pulling and collecting and everything. So if you pull that gold Sonic, you know I'm gonna be in your DMs. You know that, right? So just letting you know. So once again, I'll post the link for that for both YouTube and Twitch. Make sure you guys use this link. It's very important. It lets them know that you found out about it through my stream. And where is the YouTube side of this? Do I not have the YouTube chat here? Guess not. Well, YouTube people, you can I'll put the link in the if you're watching the VOD of this, I'll have it in the description of the stream. Simply signing up helped you, or you need to actually order? Just simply signing up definitely helps, just because it shows them that there's a lot of interest coming from my community. So even just signing up to get notified, like a reminder when it launches, and then you can kind of like make up your mind later. That's still fun. It lets them know that there's a lot of interest coming from you guys, and they're gonna be like, oh yeah, Pete Door, we got to send him that Sonic Wave 2 sample, you know. Yeah, I was pretty excited for it, because it's like, man, what better pairing? I've been buying from First Four Figures since their initial like statue releases, so to be contacted by the creator of First Four Figures was pretty cool. So you don't got to convince me that a new venture of a collectible line from a company that has been around for that long, that I've bought from, you got to convince me that that's something worth collaborating on. Especially if they're going into, like I said, I'm still under NDA for like future figure lines, but I'll just say that there's some video game IPs that are coming from this that are... Oh, there's one more I can say that I don't have images for, but it has been confirmed. They're doing Shenmue figgies for the launch. Like, the second this launches, if you guys sign up for the June 3rd pre-order window, there's going to be Shenmue figgies. And there's other ones coming, but I can't say the other ones because they're not revealed yet. So hopefully the samples get here soon. My samples, though, full disclosure, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be in the like retail packaging. I could be wrong, but they are going to be sending me samples of the gold, silver, and bronze faceplate. So that way you guys can actually see what those look like, and I can show you. I can see them too in person. Obviously, though, if you're getting yours, it's going to be a little harder to pull. But I'm sure the feeling of pulling a silver and especially a gold and somewhat a bronze will be pretty cool for those, because there will only be 10 for first edition. There will only be 10 of those faceplates in the first edition. So if they will do second editions, you know, months down the line, but if you want the first edition ones, they're only orderable through their website. Would love to see Bomberman figgies. Rayman. I think They could definitely pull off Rayman for sure. They could pull off anything. Because I've listened to the creator, Alex Davis, to talk about this, and he said, like, listen, anything is not off the table here, because they are, you know, they're much cheaper to manufacture and much cheaper price-wise to sell to people, because they're not hundreds of dollars of statues. They're little $15 figures. So, in other words, he's saying, like, they will almost use these figures as a survey. So he will be way more willing to take risks on obscure characters from any IPs. And if they sell well enough, he will definitely consider releasing more from that game series, and also maybe even doing statues for that character for first 4 figures. So it is way more easy to convince them to do something with figgies than it would be to be like, hey, can you make a $500 statue of this obscure character or obscure series that may not sell well? So it's going to be kind of fun to see what they come up with. Based on what I've seen from Sonic, there's a lot of potential in this. I even told them on the call I did, I'm like, listen, you got something crazy on your hands here. Just keep, especially Sonic, keep putting out Sonic waves. Delve deeper and deeper into the obscure characters. And Sonic collectors will be there in droves. Because we've never seen something like this for Sonic before when it comes to like a physical collectible that has actual like serialization and chase variants. What am I looking at right now? PS2. Oh yeah, buy it now. Yeah, even the commons. And every one of the figgies will come with a magnet. So if you wanted to stick it to a fridge or something, you can very easily, without destroying the back of the metal card. And for those curious, there will be an allocation for the first editions. 60% of them will be ready to ship from the United States, and then 40% of them will ship worldwide. So there is allocation for worldwide shipping. So it's not like they're going to ship from the US. So they'll have allocations ready for wherever they got to go. Do I like Tails or Knuckles? I definitely prefer Tails over Knuckles, if I had to pick between the two. Yeah, I got the list here. So if this list is still correctly, the first week, so like the early order thing that you guys get to do, Sonic Wave 1, Free Ren, Banjo-Kazooie, Shenmue, and Cowboy Bebop will be the first week, and then the second week, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Metal Gear Solid, and Street Fighter 2. And then every Wednesday for the foreseeable future will be a new wave of figgies that come out. So, yeah, sounds pretty promising. So I got a little list here. Let me just make sure I went over what you guys... Yep. Yeah, I went over pretty much everything. Off the top of my head. I like had this list here in case I forgot everything, but I told you guys pretty much everything. Yeah, here's the link one more time. I'm just posting this for the YouTube side, really, because they don't have a command like you guys have. And unfortunately, I don't have, like, the YouTube chat up to pin it, because I'm using this multi-stream chat. Yeah, I was excited. I had to keep that under wraps for almost half a year. We did a call December last year, a video call, and they explained and showed everything. I was able to ask everything. And the more that you guys use my link to order the figgies, you know, you get my discount from my code. The more it supports me in time. So like the more people order, the better it gets for me. Like my affiliate percentage increases over time. So it's like, yeah, it's a pretty good partnership. And especially because it's something that I am definitely into. So that's like the best kind of partnership for like a collaboration between collectibles, is if they have stuff that you actually care about. Good old Gallop Racer. This is that one horse racing game I streamed last year. Or the year before, whatever it was. Just horse racing games are very, very involved. I definitely prefer stuff like Horse Racing 2016 on PS4. What do they mean with the 24-hour early access? Is that just for Wave 1? 24-hour early access means right now Figgies are still in sort of like pre-launch phase, so it's sort of in the phase where I do things like I just did and let you guys know about it. They're not available for order yet. They're going to be available for order on June 4th for the public, but if you use my link, they will give you 24-hour early access to order, because the quantities for first edition are limited to only 1,000 figures per character. So there will only be 1,000 Sonics, 1,000 Shenmue, like Ryu's from Shenmue. There will only be 1,000 Tails, for example. So anybody that registers early, like you guys, through my link, they'll give you 24 hours ahead of time on June 3rd to get your order in. That way, if they sell out of a certain character or series, you know, at least you guys got like that extra 24 hours to get in on it. And that's for Wave 1. So Wave 1 right now, based on the information I have in my most recent email. So when it launches on June 4th, the Sonic Wave, Freyren, Banjo-Kazooie, Shenmue, and Cowboy Bebop will be available. And then Wave 2, which is the next week on Wednesday, they're going to make Yu-Gi-Oh!, Metal Gear Solid, and Street Fighter 2 available. And then every Wednesday after that, new characters, a new wave, like a new set of characters will launch. So it's one of those things where if you're looking to go for the complete collection, good luck. That's going to be dedication. The way that they kind of view it more so is you kind of like pick your favorite series and you maybe focus. Maybe you're just a Sonic fan. You just want to go for the Sonic waves. Then just, you know, wait for the Sonic waves. You order those. Maybe you just want to go for the video game stuff. You go for the video game. Maybe you're an anime person. You just want the Yu-Gi-Oh waves, the Freyren, Cowboy Bebop. They're not really meant to be collecting like all of them. That's kind of crazy, right? Because their release schedule it's an aggressive schedule, but it's a way to keep people excited and waiting, because they're going to do figure reveals. So one thing I can do for you guys is be like, all right, here's a sneak peek of an upcoming character where it'll just be like the silhouette of the back of the character, and you can kind of be like, what character is that? I wonder. So they're going to do this period of like releases every Wednesday, hype, like preview reveals for upcoming lines of new characters, unrevealed characters. And then you kind of just decide what you want to collect. And then, like I said, you get like the added benefit of the apps. There's 2 different apps, one of which will be more in tune with like the physical figures and showing off your collection and building your collection, seeing the digital stamp of like serialization, when you picked it up, is it first edition, when was that figure printed, kind of thing, like what wave is it from. Then the other app is not quite ready yet. It'll be ready eventually. That's the one that's going to have like the unique IP thing where you like build up your rarities to get the redemption figures that they send you in the mail, which is kind of neat. The horse racing game is not cel-shaded from what I remember. I've tried the PAL PS2 kart racing game, Ben-Hur. I have not. I don't have that one, I don't think, but I know what one you're talking about. I'll just say, if you're thinking of a series that they've maybe done in a statue form already, or any obviously foreseeable IP that would be easy for them to work with, they're probably working on it. They have a ton of characters in pre- and post-production. On the website, there's a mention of Metroid. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I'm not going to speak to anything unless it's in my files that say it's okay for me to do so. But there's a lot of things upcoming. Some will be very big surprises, that's all I'll say. But it's more than games, right? You got to remember it's more of a pop culture thing. So there'll be stuff for anime. Their goal is to maybe branch out into like all pop culture. So you're going to have like maybe eventually comic book characters. Me, I'm focusing on the gaming stuff. That's going to be what I focus on. I'm not going to really care about the anime or the, anything else. Right now it's just anime and games. But that's going to be the fun, right? Pick and choose what you're into. That way you can look forward to the waves that include characters that you collect. And then maybe you pull the gold variant. And I think it's very important to have chase variants. Like, you need some form of excitement. You need to, like, have a reason to look forward to these coming out, right? Because there's that small chance you get, like, that super rare version. And I like that aspect. And First for Figures already has a lot of connections, so I have full confidence in them that they will be able to find continued IP partners and ways to branch out and ways to get into stores. It's an okay lot, but value-wise, with shipping and tax, I mean, it probably kills it right there. Castlevania and Silent Hill. Oh, are they actually showing that to you on the website? Did I see the Lunar Remastered shit show? I have not. Apparently it's sold out though, right? On their figure website. Okay. Yeah, all I'll say is pretty much just if you go to firstforfigures.com and you look at their statue lines, there's probably a pretty damn good chance that you're going to see figgies of a lot of that stuff, right? Because if they secured the rights before, they may still have them or can easily renew them. I was checking to see if this had the soundtrack. It does not. Yeah, won't take up a ton of space. That's a lot of things that they discussed. Not everybody can, first of all, afford statues or have big figures that take up a lot of space, so these things are pretty practical. Like, for me, it'll be easy to throw up some of them behind my stream. Very easy to display. So, yeah, that's pretty exciting. It's just kind of surreal, right, to, like, get an email from a company that you made a YouTube video on their stuff, like, well over a decade ago. Kind of crazy. Yeah, they did conquer statues. Yeah, First for Figures is definitely known as one of the sort of like premier IP accumulating companies for like video game merchandise. They get a lot of good IPs. There's one I would love to tell you guys about that I know a lot of you would be super into, but you gotta wait. I'll reveal it. I'll reveal it, you know, eventually in one of these streams when I'm able to reveal it. The one thing I will say, my link, once it launches, my affiliate link does change, just so you guys know. This link right now is just for the pre-sign up so that you can get the no minimum order discount code and then like the 24-hour early access and reminder emails. After that, I do get a different affiliate link, so I will be changing that out eventually, like just to let you know. So it'll eventually change links after the launch to a different link. That'll be next month. Hello, Christopher. Yeah, like I said, it's a partnership that is not. It's essentially like, hey, we want to work with you to help promote this. They're not paying me to explicitly promote it. That's up to my own, like, however I want to do it. And then I earn money through the affiliate link, but with the way that Figgies is structured, like, it could actually be a very beneficial thing for me if Figgies really grows to become something that people like really catches on, because it's designed in a way that people build like a brand loyalty to it. So maybe you order like one wave a month, a couple waves a year, but still like that stuff, their goal is to build like loyal customers that collect the line through their weekly wave releases. So something like that with an affiliate kind of collaboration can be very strong. A lot of times affiliate pairings are sort of like, it's for stuff that people would go to the site once and like maybe buy one thing and then like never again, whereas Figgies creates this repetitious brand loyalty to the figures, right? Like people will come back continuously throughout the year. So it's actually one of the strongest affiliate relationships that you can kind of get with a product like that. So yeah, pretty fortunate. And they didn't reach out to a ton of content creators, so thank God for my old First Four Figures statue unboxings, I guess. But yeah, my main focus will be on Sonic lines and the video games that interest me. I'm not asking for samples for characters I don't care about. I just asked for the ones that I thought I would be a bit into, or at least you guys would really want to see in person, see how they look. Alright, so I'm probably not going to ask for like Metal Gear Solid when that comes out, because I'm like, whatever about Metal Gear Solid. If they send it to me, that's great, I'll show it to you guys, but I'm only going to really ask for the ones that interest me. Metal Gear Solid is confirmed, and not only is it confirmed, it's coming out in the second week. And there will... It's been spoiled pretty heavily, but when there's going to be multiple waves probably of Metal Gear Solid, because when the remaster or whatever of 3, whatever they're doing with that, comes out in August, there is strong hints that there will be another wave for Metal Gear Solid when that comes out. So what they plan on doing is coinciding Figgies releases with, like, if there's something going on around a certain release date for like a new game in the series, they will tend to release the Figgies around that time, if they can. Which is a neat idea, right? Like, that's the kind of stuff you want to do. They know what they're doing with the marketing side of things. It does say 5% on minimal order, 50% or $50. Does it? No, yeah, see, I think that's a mistake actually on the site. I know what you're talking about. In my email that they sent me for the early, it will become a $50 minimum order after the early sign-up period. But for your first order, if you do it in the 24-hour access period, there shouldn't be a minimum. That's actually a typo on that, I believe. I could be wrong on that. But explicitly in my email, it does say there is no... I think they corrected it and then forgot to change it on the website. There's no minimum order for the first wave. But there will be one for the discount once they're out of the like pre-launch period. Still gotta play this amazing gem of a game, I'm sure. Initially, I didn't want to play this because it's very glitchy and broken, but you can't actually exploit that for the speedrun. So back when I really cared about speedrunning, that kind of turned me off, because there's checks and balances to make sure that you actually complete the levels as intended. But now that I don't really care about that too much anymore, I'm looking forward to finally playing Beast Rider. I think I'm actually going to really like this game. I'll have to lobby for them to come out with a Golden Axe Beast Rider figgy line. Anything's possible. And I'm not kidding to you guys, right? Like, just with our community here, just my community, if there's a IP, even if there's a character in an IP that you really want to see in figgy form, collectively, all of us, we probably would have the power to get that figure made, right? That's the exciting thing, because first edition will only have 1,000 of that figgy produced, and if it warrants a second edition, they'll make it. So as long as they can say to themselves financially, like, okay, it makes sense to print the first edition of this figure, we can get it made. So if it's an IP that they have access to, and you're like, man, I really want that super obscure character, we can actually potentially make that happen. Right? Like Panzer Dragoon. I don't know about you guys. I would love to see some Panzer Dragoon figgies. if enough of us reached out, I think it could happen. It may even be coming, I don't know. I can't remember everything they showed me. Is there a support contact you can reach out to if you're unable? What kind of error is it giving you? Lenticular backgrounds. That's definitely something they can go down in the future, for sure. That would be awesome to see. That's a good suggestion, actually. I can bring that up the next time I shoot him a message. Says your email is in use, then says it's the wrong email. I don't think they have... Does anybody see a contact email on there at all? Maybe try using a different browser. You had to set up a new password, then get the verification code. Yeah, try what Padrino did. Set up a new password, get a verification. It's possible that we may have crashed their website a little bit. They may not have anticipated that many people coming in and signing up at the same second. Because see, this is the thing they probably were not anticipating with like the live stream side of things. A lot of the people that will be promoting this will be through like YouTube videos and stuff, which like gradually people will do the signups as they watch the video over time. Me, it's just like we're doing it live and like everybody all at once piling in there may have actually like given their sign up process a little bit of trouble. They initially sent you the wrong automated password, so you just selected forgot password and it sent you the right one. Okay, so if that happened to anybody else, just hit the wrong forgot password thing and they'll help you out with it. And if you do join the Figgies World thing and you like make any posts in there, you know, feel free to let them know that you came from me. But I think they'll eventually give me like my own page in there too. Could be wrong, but I think there's like a community thing that's going to be set up in there, so we can kind of like share our own stuff in there. This is a good Saturn import, by the way, for those of you doing Saturn imports. This has a loose connection to Car Battler Joe on the Game Boy Advance, if you're familiar with that game. Vatlva, I think is how you say it. It's like a little arena car battle game. Saturn import exclusive. I'll link this. This is actually from the United States, so the price on this is very fair with shipping. Yeah, no, they'll be able to make the connection, no problem. But in terms of like the community side and the world thing, I'm sure they would appreciate that too. It's not, it's their own interface, by the way, that community thing. It's not part of like social media. That's their own infrastructure. They said they did that so that they're not tied down by any limitations. So they want to do things like, say you're really into collecting certain figure lines, they want you to be able to change like badges and stuff to reflect that. So maybe you've collected a bunch of like the Sonic figgies, then you can get like a Sonic avatar badge. It's more customization. Also, it's nice because some people don't really use Facebook. I'm one of them. Game Doctor video game timer limits game use. Shuts the power off until little Billy finds out. All you got to do is just like unplug it and then put the power plug back in the wall. Unless you can't easily pull this out. How does this work? I'm sure that's really healthy for your console to just, you know, hard power it down in the middle of your console being on. In the middle of a console update, that would be great. Automatically powers down the game. Yeah, that's super bad. It's like your power going out every freaking time. Worked on the fourth code. Well, thank you for letting... How many of you in chat had problems signing up with like some kind of password problem? I'll let them know that it happened. If you're watching the stream or anything, it'll probably like calm down, hopefully in the next day or two. You can use that link to sign up until like right before, at least try and do it at least 7 days before the June 3rd launch though. Life on Earth. I think I have this as one of my Evercade games, yeah. The version I have is not with this character. They actually updated this game. I think the character before was like some marine guy, and then they updated it to this girl. They were like, alright, version 2.0, let's actually sell copies of the game. And this is what we got. Struggled too at the password, really. So what exactly is happening? Is it on the Figgy's World side, or is it on the first screen where they ask you to put in your email? What actually is happening? You put in your email and then it sends you a verification, but then when you go to put in that verification, it says it's incorrect. Is that what's happening? Just so I can tell them. Both the Saturn and the PS1 version are so expensive for this Herc's Adventure game. If I remember right, I think the PS1 version is slightly cheaper. But the PS1 version is way more rare than the Saturn version. For me, it gets to your page for sign up, then it goes to the world page, and it doesn't give you a link to the world page in the email, so you have to type it in manually. Okay, as long as you got past the point where like you put in your email for the first step, that's all you really, like that's the most important step. That's the one that will notify you once the launch period comes with the code. The other part is like, that's fine. The Figgy's World thing will always be there. As long as you did the first page step just fine. The world thing is just the community thing, like the community side of it. I'm sure they'll iron that out in the coming days, hopefully. Main characters from the first Disgaea game would be great. Collectibles. Yeah, I don't think anything is off the table for them, so I would expect to see some surprises if they can get the IP. Give info and email. Temporary password is just password and doesn't allow sign in. So the temporary password they gave you as password? Is that what happened to all of you? They gave you a password that was called password? Here, let me copy that just so I can tell them. Just request a change password, it'll fix it. Oh, I see what it's happening. Thank you for joining our social network, a temporary password. Oh, I think we may have, yeah, we may have like crashed the server a little bit. That definitely seems like a... Is that happening for all of you? If one of you click the link right now, does it give you that error? Here, let me put the link. Let me know if you didn't sign up before. Oh shit. Actually, I lost the link. Give me a second. Yeah. If one of you go to that link and you didn't do it before, let me know if they still give you that password issue. I'm just curious if it died, like if it calmed down now that the initial wave kind of stopped going. It's a pretty good price. With shipping, it comes out to about $10 a game. Secret Rings is definitely going for more than $10 these days. You can see here, this person wants 28. This person here wants 15 without the shipping, so assume like 20 with shipping. So it's kind of like getting Secret Rings for current price, and then really cheap copies of Unleashed and Zero Gravity. These are 3 of the Sonic games you'd actually want on Wii, though. Since Unleashed on Wii is kind of its own exclusive little thing. And Zero Riders, I mean, this is a PS2 version, or Zero Gravity. Some of you might like that motion control waggle, though. Also, I think the Wii version outputs 480p. Like, I think the resolution's a little better on Wii, if I remember right. Okay, so forgetting the password. Then I had to resend the sign-up code because it expired? Really? Well, thank you for those of you that put up with the loopholes for that. Hopefully they have that all ironed out in the next couple days. So all of you got that stand-in password thing? Like they didn't actually give you a password? None of you got an actual password that they gave you? And just to clarify, that's for here, right? So you're saying you put in your first and your last name and your email, and then when you hit sign up, they give you a password to like confirm your email, and that's where you're running into the problem, right? Because the Figgy's World thing, that's something a little different from that first page, so. They email you a verification code that is just password. The problem is in Figgy World, okay. Do I still have Evolution? Which Evolution? You mean the Dreamcast Evolution, or do you mean Evo Search for Eden? Okay, so if they send you password, then you gotta hit reset and it works. Alright, so that's the workaround. Yeah, that just seems like it got a little overloaded and then didn't know what to do. Yeah, Geo Pocket Color Evolution. Oh yeah, I still have it. It's a great game. It's a very fun dungeon crawler. A really good translation of Evolution to a handheld version. Definitely one of the best Neo Geo Pocket Color games. Jak and Daxter First Four Figures. That is behind me, but that's not First Four Figures. That's actually Gaming Heads. But the person that designed the Jak and Daxter statue for Gaming Heads was the creator of First Four Figures. It's just that he left them soon after. But yeah, that statue is designed by him. Conceptualized. You can see it right up there. Which I didn't know. It was funny, because when I did the video call, he's like, oh, I designed that statue. But it's not First Four Figures. There's been multiple First Four Figures for Spyro, yeah. So Spyro is probably a good one to bet on coming to Figgies. Case and manual for Skies of Arcadia Legends. Not a bad deal if you want, if like you actually need it and you have the disc. This is not something easy to find with just the case and manual. I'm gonna link this. It's possible that you'd even be able to like piece together the disc and make a pretty decent deal on a complete copy of this if you've got the perseverance for it. Problem is in Figgy World. Wait, now I'm confused. So like when I say first screen, I mean like literally this screen. So after you sign up to get notified, they give you another thing that like says sign into Figgy's World. That second sort of like process is what's giving you a problem, right? As long as you get past this first step where you just put in your name, first name, last name, and email, that's the most important part. The Figgy World thing, it's like, that's fine. Like, that's just their community thing. But to get the sign up and like the email to get the code, as long as you get past this literal first screen here and hit sign up, as long as they don't stop you right there, that's good. The second step where they're like, oh, join Figgy's world, that's okay. Like, if that doesn't work and you didn't go through with the steps for that, that's fine. You could always do that in the future. The most important part is just like this literal hit sign up, and then as long as that completes before the Figgy's world thing, you're good. You get past that? Okay, that's good. The first site uses the email you put in for Figgy's World. Yeah, as long as you are able to submit your email, and they're like, oh, thank you for submitting your email, or whatever they say. I think it says, like, thanks for signing up. Also join Figgy's World, or something along those lines. So, like, you don't have to do the Figgy's World part yet, but it's helpful. Just to, like, I guess, do it all at once. I believe. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure as long as you submit the initial email part, that's fine. Doesn't make it clear, so you can get turned around. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, hopefully they fix it. Seems like it's probably something easy for them to fix. $200 for the tick. Is that for real? Like, is that actually what people are paying for this now? I can remember when this was 20 bucks. I gotta check that. This is one show I never really watched when I was younger. Yeah, I just didn't really care for the design of the tick. Okay, well, it certainly doesn't look like it's $100. I mean, $200. That's why I was kind of taken by surprise. It's like 80 to 100 for a fully complete copy. Yeah. God. Price on that went up. They say you have to verify the email, and that is where... Oh, okay. So they do make you verify the email. Maybe to join Figgy's World, they make you verify the email, but the initial step may not require verification. Like, I don't know if anybody remembers, but when you did the first part and you put in your email and you hit sign up, did they send you an email to that email before the Figgy's World part, like thanking you for signing up, or did that only come after you verified it? Well, I guess you couldn't verify it if you didn't get the whatever. I think you guys figured it out at least. Fitzvogel, the official bug tester. Thank you, Fitzvogel. I'll let them know. Chrono line would be amazing. I feel like that's one that we can push for them to do. It seems like they would get enough interest for sure. Reach out to Bandai Namco. Biometer Unitron. I think I played that a little bit back in the day. I actually was a big fan of Evolution, though. I'm a big fan of traditional, very simple RPGs like that, so I enjoy Evolution on Pocket. Okay, cool. Well, thank you for letting me know about the errors. I'll be sure to, like, make sure they correct all that stuff before I, blast the link out again for next time. Well, that's a good price for High Velocity. Published by Atlas, by the way. Probably one of the cheapest Atlas games you'll be able to get on Saturn. Stream this one. It was fun. It's a very simple racing game where you've only got like a few tracks. You gotta be really into like the rally racing style, like time trial, time attack kind of stuff. Developed by Cave, by the way. Kind of a oddity, because Cave is kind of known for their shoot 'em ups. I'm gonna link this. I think $50 is pretty good for this. I'll check. It looks like you're saving like $25 to $30. Oh, $10 shipping. So you're saving about, since most people seem to be asking like 85 shipped, it's actually crazy how similar all these prices are to one another. It's like everybody just agreed that, yeah, we're all going to ask like 85 bucks for this game. But you're saving a good chunk here. Like $20, $25 with that copy. Just because the case is cracked. The cover, which obviously you just swap out. So that's pretty good. At least for asking prices. Selling prices may be closer to 50. This one's sealed. 23 plus $7 shipping. That's why you don't do bidding for these kind of games. 75 plus $7. And that's it. Not many have sold. But in terms of like selection of buy it now prices, that's the best one. Sega Rally PS3 should be higher. Sega Rally Revo? Sega Rally on... If that's the Sega Rally you're talking about, that game had a very high print run. It really has to do about print run. There's just a lot of them out there. A lot of availability. Just not enough demand for people looking for Sega Rally Revo to kind of quantify it. To be fair, the game used to be like $5. It was dirt cheap. So the price has gone up quite a bit over time. If $19 is what people are asking for it. Yeah, that even on 360, because you got to keep in mind that's multi-platform, so the spread of availability for that game is extreme. So if it was exclusive and had a smaller print run, yeah, it probably would be maybe 30, 40 bucks. But there's also some people that don't really like the feel of Sega Rally Revo. I remember renting that game and I didn't like the feel of it. It's not for everybody. It's definitely more like sim meets arcade racer, like very slippery. I do remember that. I remember the music being amazing in Android Assault. But the one thing I criticized about this game, I actually have a review of this on YouTube. Randomly, I just reviewed it one day. It's very easy. It's one of the easiest shoot 'em ups I think I've ever played. I should really get back into doing that. Just doing one-off reviews for random ass games. I used to do reviews for just whatever back in the day. A lot of times too, because it was like one of the first reviews for that game on YouTube. There was a time where, you know, now it's like, okay, most games probably have a review of some form on YouTube, but back then, covering a game like Android Assault, you may be the only voiceover review of this game on YouTube. Different times back then. So it was like helpful for some people to see the review and not just look at the gameplay. Thing about those kind of reviews, they are very hit or miss. Like, it's such a... Especially if you're doing the really obscure stuff. Doesn't interest everybody. But if I started doing that stuff again, it would be so helpful to not use a webcam on stream, because then I could just like... Even notifications. God, that would make things so easy. Just straight capture what I'm streaming with no webcam, no notifications, just like the raw gameplay. That would make doing reviews so easy. Because then I could just export the stream and just have hours of gameplay footage instantly. Clean gameplay footage. Audio would be a problem, but most reviews just kind of put like a backing track and that's it anyway. Wow. Oh, that's a sealed? No, it's not sealed. Price on this has gone up. I remember when this was like 20 and then it went up to about 30. Is this really going for 53 now? Fatal Shadows, let's see. I like the PS2 Cigarelli. I never played that version. Yeah, I never played that one. 45, okay. Not quite 53, but it's getting up there. It's funny how Secret Rings went up in price and so did Black Knight. Secret Rings has come down a bit, but Black Knight has, like, it's actually kind of maintaining that $25, $30 price tag because of the Sonic 3 movie. I guess we know the reason why, because Shadow is more prominently featured in that. Yeah, I don't think Shadow's in Secret Rings at all in the cutscenes. No, he's not. Yes, that would explain it. Look at what happened to Sonic Adventure 2, though. Jeez. $200 for the Dreamcast version. That's, it's definitely a product of the Sonic movie hype. It was creeping up for a while, but 200, I mean, it's a neat milestone for that one. Well, I think that'll be a good place to call it. Thank you to everybody that hung out tonight, and thank you to everybody that sat around for my Figgies explanation. If you missed that, you can always just rewind the stream a bit. But I'll be reminding people about Figgies for the foreseeable future. Hopefully, by the time I mention it again, though, they'll have the password thing sorted out. But there is a workaround. The link in chat for you guys one more time. Let me do it on the YouTube side. They let me. But anyway, on the YouTube side as well, remember to like the stream on your way out. It is really appreciated. It helps the video get more coverage. People that may not know that I stream eBay every Saturday, give or take. There's some times where we miss a Saturday, do it on a weekday or something, or a Sunday. But yeah, I will be resuming my Oblivion playthrough for next stream. I'm planning on doing one of the guilds for next stream. I know we've been fiddling around with the dungeons and stuff, but I think for the next stream, I want to do Fighters Guild or Mages Guild, one of the two. Probably Mages Guild. So we're still enjoying the playthrough of that, having a lot of fun with it. I'm playing a hand-to-hand, like fist, no weapon fighting, bow, stealth, monk kind of character with illusion and restoration. Are they... Hold on. Is that not posting to freaking YouTube? Let me try this again. Is it like blocking my messages from showing up? Sorry, I don't know if I'm spamming I can't see the YouTube chat. Like I can see what you guys say, but I can't see my own messages in there, so anyway. Yep. We'll be resuming Oblivion. I will be starting Expedition 33 for Clair Obscur soon. Not like right around the corner, but maybe in like the next week or so, because I do have a code for the PS5 version. I definitely gotta like play some of it because I got sent the code, so I gotta like, you know, courteous to at least do a stream or two for that. And by then I think most people will be done with the game anyway, so you'll just be able to see my impressions of it and not worry about spoilers, right? So, but for now we're gonna keep enjoying Oblivion. And thank you to those of you that show up for the streams of that. Those streams are on Twitch, so people on YouTube, you're welcome to come over to Twitch and watch that. But yeah, you guys have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. And I'll see you next stream.